Hello? Hello? Checking? Testing?
Hello, checking, testing.
Oh, looks like it's working. Just getting Will into his position here. I have to, every time I reload this save, I need to go back and check what was it that I was doing, what did I do, what was my plan, what was the intention here, and oh well, let's see. Right, so welcome to Will. This is, I think, the 7th installment of the attempted no consumables run with Will here. So he's getting dangerously close to level 9, which is going to be his next big power spike because the warlock gets the Eldritch invocation for the Earth Elemental, which for my particular rule set and setup is going to be very strong. But just a quick overview of what happened last time and what I'm doing with this character for this particular playthrough. What happened last time was that we started the cleanup of the various acts, and in particular, Act One as a cleanup measure, killing the lava elemental. It's on the ground down here, so it has not been looted, but that's a little bit irrelevant. And it was a bit of a situation where fighting the lava elemental without any kind of ability to counter the healing can be a little bit annoying. Obviously, there are many ways to deal with it, but the Thorn Whip simply did the trick, pulled the lava beast down and killed it. So what I need to do at this point is I need to go and deal with the rest of the Underdark, which hopefully is going to bring me to level 9. So just a quick overview of that, and then a quick explanation of the character, and then go time. So what's left of the Underdark at this point is running around after the Bulette. It is killing some Minotaurs. It is killing the Duergar down by the lake. It's fighting Bernard and his friends in the Arcane Tower. It's dealing with the stuff with the claw monsters and whatnot over here. And it is actually also attempting to kill the Myconids over here. So what I experienced was that the Myconid Overlord actually does not really care that you kill his plant friends. So killing these plant friends is in principle a freebie. I mean, if they kill you, it's not very free, but outside of that, it's something that you can do without any real consequence for your mission or for any world buffs that you might want. So probably that's going to happen too. It is, I think, approximately 1000 XP, maybe slightly less, for killing all of the Myconids outside of Spore, because I want him to stay alive for a buff that I want to use when I need to go and fight Merkel later on. So at this point, I'll be starting the killing campaign, where the Blade of the Frontier is going to kill as much as he can, and with no quarrels and no qualms. So what I've been debating quite a bit with myself, and haven't really come up with a satisfying solution, is whether or not I allow Glut to be in this. This has been a general thing that I've been doing for the longest time when I've done these runs, is that as a kind of as an easy way through Act 1, you could say, bringing Sovereign Glut. Let me just go and collect him. Bringing Sovereign Glut here, and having him join you in your crusades, in your struggles, is going to make the Underdark and the solving of the Underdark pretty trivial. So what you do is you simply go to, and this is probably the easiest way to get the ball rolling, you go to the Selenite outpost right here. Did you locate? Oh wait, that's right. That's right. I had a bit of an adventure with the Wyll, so the Minotaur jumped up here on the side here and almost killed me. But then you simply go and you animate Spore and you resurrect a Minotaur, and this Minotaur can be healed with healing potions. It can be healed with healing from the tadpole power transfuse health, and so many other things can be done here. My main problem is that using Glut is perfectly fine, of course. Everything is perfectly fine, but it is for me a bit on the questionable side when it comes to the whole solo discussion, because like I said, it does trivialize the content. Where is my healing ring? Did the healing ring in fact go into my stash? It most likely did. And in this very, very particular case, it is very useful. I think it has been sold. Oh, well. Right, so I'm going to transfuse health into this Minotaur here. So now the whole discussion is: do I use this? Do I use the combination of Glut or the Minotaur? Do I use them at all? Couple of things here to just to put things into perspective. Act 1 is a terribly dangerous part of the game because it's been tuned differently. So a lot of the fights have been programmed in such a way that things happen that is just that's just dangerous straight up. Like, a lot of the fights have been tuned very well. Also with the added legendary powers, like for instance the Bernard fight in the Arcane Tower is particularly dangerous. Bernard is very, very dangerous. His robots not so much, but Bernard is. Of course, there are things you can do, but the whole point of this is that it's dangerous. And so outside of a couple of things that you can basically hobo, you need to play a lot with the environment, you need to kite, you need to deal with things in so many ways. For instance, the Minotaurs up here, fighting those I think on the Warlock here, I think I have the Adamantine Shield, which removes the chance to be critically hit. So that does take away a little bit of what the Minotaurs, for instance, can do. The Bulette, if the Bulette starts attacking me, that's very, very, very dangerous. And the way that I would need to handle this on solo with no minions to help me out would be to chase it around through various locations, and then end up fighting it in this fight with the claw monsters and the drow elf up here in this situation. So there are many places. Like, I can go to the Underdark to fight the dwarves here. Fighting them without the minions here is going to be more difficult. So even if I'm already level 8, almost 9, and even if I could go hello Ginger, and even if I could go to the crash area and many other places, any of these fights could in a bad turn kill me, which is not something I'm particularly interested in this particular run. And so for that reason, probably because the idea is to finish the game now with the rule set that I'll be describing in a moment, probably I will be using Glut and his summon for the Underdark in this particular run, simply because the idea is to get through this. But it is very it is a major difference. Any person doing challenge runs will tell you that having summons or not having summons is a world of difference, because you basically need to build, in a solo run, you need to build every character as some kind of damage dealer, because otherwise you're not going to be able to kill anything. Of course, you could do stuff where you do pacifist runs, where you rely on retribution damage, whatnot, but you need some way of killing things. At some point, you can't run away, you need to kill things with some kind of measure. And in that regard, having extra bodies to take hits while you deal that damage that your character is capable of is it just makes a world of difference. So like if one of the minotaurs jumps me, prones me, and charges me, for instance, and deals, I don't know, in a bad round maybe 20 something damage, I need to be dealing with that. It's not that it's not possible to do, but the whole point is that this time I am probably going to be using Glut and his bloody to finish this. The run here, or the alternative, of course, would be to go and collect the remaining experience points elsewhere to get to that magical level 9, where I could go and then, and some of these things are maybe not that dangerous, where I could go and collect my Earth Elemental to have that added safety. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. I'm talking myself out of the Glut solution right now. With the exception of one thing, actually. With the exception of one thing. So Glut was actually set in the world to do one thing. And that was to go and destroy the Dwergar by the lake. That is his raison d'être, his reason to exist. So probably that is something that he is going to be allowed to help Wyll out with at this stage. I will need a long rest, and I will go over the pre-buffs and what I do for, not what I do for fun, but what I do for killing. Right. Let's do the long rest here. Oh, not enough care supplies. Oh, so. How is Wyll going to be able to fight on an empty stomach? That is something I just don't see happening.
Welcome back. Have you made any? I do enjoy very well. I have mushrooms to catalog.
Mushrooms, but no food.
Welcome back. Have you made
I'm not even sure Avalon has anything edible in his stash. No. Goodbye. Generally, just clearing out Act 1 is something that, for the most part, is easy peasy lemon squeezy, but a couple of fights, like for instance the owl bears, that I also need to take care of before I finally move on, are very, very dangerous if you don't have an extreme amount of burst. Right, so she's kind of upset with me, and I don't know if I want to spend any time trying to please her. Seems like Wyll does have a little bit of work to do here. He's a very, very poor man. Oh, he has the gold. Yes, the gold. There we go. Right. Okay. So getting food. is a lot of food in the Burning Inn, so that's the one place you can go if you're just very, very hungry. God knows Wyll is hungry. Bagels. It feels a little bit like looting food in Skyrim, actually, for some reason. It feels extremely inspired by Skyrim.
Just a peek.
See. Do we have enough food to sate him? Probably not. Let us visit the Druid Grove real quick to get some more food. So I do have the owlbears left. That's the only bit of content in Act 1. So already having dealt with... oh, I do. Thank you, Ginger. I was actually planning on yeah. The funny thing is every time I'm taking a break from this character, once that I need to restart this, I have no idea. You know, I have no idea where I was. I have no idea where I'm going, and the small technical things also just
Of course.
just kind of gets to me. But yeah. So. Thank you very much for the help. Any help is, as always, very much appreciated. It's any kind of backseating is definitely allowed in this stream. Don't be a stranger. If I'm missing some kind of something, make sure to just let me know straight away. I'll be happy about... Oh, there we have mackerel. Such a sight for sore eyes. Look at the guy. Contemplating life. Okay. Okay, so apparently all of this stuff is just, you know, the blacksmith is leaving his shop, but all of the what I would expect to be expensive items are just left behind. The inventory is just... Yes, this is all wrong. It's all wrong. But like at this point, who can kind of solve this issue? Right. I have a feeling that the amount of food that I currently have is going to be enough. I'm just going to quickly check the inventory of Dareth in the Myconid colony, and then we'll get to work. Well, these guys don't have food. There are many weird, very weird things about this this bit of the game, where like, why would you leave back so much so many things, like so many expensive things? It just feels she doesn't have even any food whatsoever in her belonging. I'm going to take the long rest now. Hopefully I have enough food. I have enough. Great. collecting Glut and then dealing with the Duergar. Setting up my character. Yeah, it's still going to be a lot of reverb, I think, for this, just to play a little bit around with it. And then I am contemplating a murder hobo session of all of these guys. In fact, don't really remember if you bring in Glut or if Glut is just present. I could kill them from the other side or something else. I'll have to look at it when we get there. All right. Okay, so yes. Now we're going to get ready for the whole shebang. So this is Wyll. He's currently level 8, going on level 9. Warlock, feed Warlock with the original background that Wyll comes with. A couple of stat changes. He has a little bit of some odd stats on the baseline setup for Wyll in the character creation process, but I changed that around just a little bit. But outside of that, of course, he's a folk hero protecting the weak most of the time, and he has a Pact of the Tome subclass feature that was chosen instead of Pact of the Blade, because I am a big fan of the haste spell, the benefit as opposed to the risk. I love the risk benefit of this particular spell. If you go lethargic, that can be a catastrophe, but if you can keep the concentration, that can be really helpful. And outside of that, the Pact of the Tome also has Animate Dead spell, which is very useful in a lot of the game, as well as a couple of other smaller things that are nice. So that's a very conscious choice. I like the Pact of the Tome. I tried all three. I find this to suit my playstyle the best. Outside of that, Wyll has the Warcaster feat at level 4, which at level 8 rather, which works together with the haste spell to enable the haste spell to not be broken, the concentration to not be broken, and to that extent, he also has a high constitution. Right now, he is missing a couple of items to boost that saving throw, but getting that saving throw a bit higher is very beneficial to keeping the haste spell going. I haven't lost concentration yet on the haste spell in any critical situation, but let's see, maybe this will happen this run, you never know. And then he has as the other feat +2 to charisma, because the aim is to get him to 24 by the end game, and with the sharp buffs before Merkel, he's also going to go to 24 charisma, which is going to be the Eldritch Blasting bomb artillery machine here, because in addition to the high charisma, he has the and I need to locate this to find it real quick. Where is it hidden? Not the repelling blast, but the agonizing blast. There we go. So that's going to add the charisma to every instance of the Eldritch Blast. And at level 10 you throw out 3 Eldritch Blasts, which means that this bonus, the charisma bonus, is going to be added 3 times. And on top of this, he's also using the Potent Ropes, which does the same thing, basically doubling the bonus. So that means that instead of dealing 1d10 3 times for every beam, now he's dealing 1d10 plus 14 damage for every beam. So that averages to something like 60 damage per full attack action on the beams alone at level 10. And add to that the haste, you're going to get to 120. And that's a little bit average, but probably pretty accurate. So that's going to be the bread and butter for Wyll. Right, so let's get to it. Just going to do the pre-buffs here. Going to take our armor from the other Eldritch Invocation. We're going to summon This is going to be slightly overkill for sure, but it is what it is. Then we're going to collect a corpse. Enemy dead. Having all of these additional minions is not going to make Wyll's situation as bad as it could be. It is relatively safe. If you're playing a Pact of the Blade, probably you need some kind of meat shield, or at least be very careful with what you're doing. It's going to protect the skeleton because there's no way of healing the skeleton once it takes damage. And armor back at this, of course. The mirror image, and then the short rest. And then I'm just going to check if there's anything else I'm needing. The spine shutter amulet is for the reverberation, which is very effective. Ring of free action is not necessary. I do need to buff my near misser, so I'm going to drop the going to add thunder damage. And then radiating orbs is not very necessary. Probably having more damage from the callous glow ring is fine. Boots of Stormy Clamor is going to work very well with the various debuffs that I'm going to put on the enemy. This looks relatively fine. This is not a particularly difficult battle, so we are just going to go and set that off. Maybe just this last thing here. There we go. The only thing with the Duergar is that the second that you casting spells within the range of Gek Call, he's going to be counterspelling, which is super duper annoying. And this is a little bit overkill. But then Glot also sees what the Duergar are dead, which he needs to do anyway, so it is a bit of a quest shenanigan bit, I think. So bringing Glot to do this, I think, makes an enormous amount of sense, but for sure it's not necessary. Counterspell, right? So this is the bit where he basically counterspells you every time you want to do something, which is major annoyance. But luckily we have a bit of offhand action going here. So the radiating orbs seems to be stacking from, let me just check, seems to be stacking from the coruscation ring. So the spell damage is, of course, the call of the, not the call of the week, it's the psionic backlash, and that spell damage is going to cause the radiant orbs. So that is why we have that bonus there. No complaints, but it's nice to know where things are coming from. and also very effective against bosses like, for instance, Merkel, where you know it's a long fight, and being able to psionic backlash his abilities for radiant orbs is very, very strong. Right. Oh yeah, the counter spell again. I'm never going to be the wiser. Just going to camp it out here. Not that worried. So I am going to drop Glut and his Minotaur body after this fight and do the rest without. But they do need to see what has happened anyway. So I wonder actually, the counterspell must be wearing off soon, right? I mean the charges. Maybe I just do a Halcyon here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yeah, there was the counterspell again. But that was his action, so now... And the funny thing is it's not like this is not an encounter that you need to wait until level 8 to finish. This is just an example of things still hurt. And in Act 1 in particular, things hurt a whole lot more than it really should, according to the difficulty. But I think it has a lot to do with the fact that this is not intended for solo play. It's intended for group play, right? Just wondering how many counterspells this guy has, actually. I'm not playing this very very focused. I'm just want to get through this. The rod has now been cleansed, so just going to say yes, 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 and then I'm going to send him back. Right. Right. So quick assessment. I need 1,189 XP. And that is readily available right here in the Underdark. So I just need to figure out how I want to do this. So probably Bernard is going to be last. The Dweger are now dead. The killing of the slaying, the random killing of the Myconets is something that I can do. The observers also something that I can't do, albeit this can be potentially be dangerous even with the immunity to the restraint. It is just a fight that is for various reasons a little bit dangerous. So probably I'm going to try to mess a little bit with the Myconets and see where that takes me. And the plan is to simply go down here and then basically fight them. That's all there is to it. And they are going to be temporarily hostile. Spore is going to be temporarily hostile. If I go to that area where Glut is also present, I'm assuming that he's going to be hostile. So those things, of course, I need to take into consideration. But pretty much going to be fighting the Myconets here. Just going to check what that is going to do to that quest line there. Let's see how that works. Oh yeah, all right. So that's what that did. So potentially that locks me out of the spore buff from spore. We'll see. This is all in the name of science. So if that's the case, then the whole murdering of the Myconets is going to be contingent on going it before you finish the quest with Glut. We'll see. We will see. Because this in essence doesn't work in the same way that a murder hobo session would, for the non-paladin character, of course. Because all of these guys are not temporarily hostile, and let's quickly check if we can even get the. Can we see Spore? Currently, no. The amount of XP that you get for this is just insane. I am a little bit worried that it's going to lock me out of the spore buff. But we'll have to see. Because if this turns the whole Myconid colony hostile to me, and I'm not going to be able to talk to Glut either, that is potentially a problem. This is the one of the odd things about the murder hobo mechanic is that it's definitely not intended. I mean, I know Larian is very like painfully aware that this is something that people do in the Divinity game series, where when you play the game on the harder difficulty mode, you just kill everything because why not? But in this game, it's like it comes as a surprise when you start to random kill Githyanki, for instance, in the Crash. They turn temporarily hostile, but they don't care afterwards, and the bodies of all of their dead are just scattered around. They don't care, which is a little bit like killing these guys if you haven't already brought. See, now they're hostile already, fully hostile, right? So if you haven't already done the bit with the Glut and the Dwegar and agreeing to killing Spore, then that's what's going to happen. Probably killing Glut is the way to go, and just make friends with Spore later on to optimize XP. But okay, now we are encumbered, which is not the way to go. I am really curious how this is going to turn out. Let me just check the vendors. They don't care. Okay, great. This guy is definitely going to care, but he's alone.
No holding back.
Well, what I can tell you is that, because I've already done this on a different character, is that when you head into the Myconid colony and you attack some of them, it's a bit like attacking people in the Druid Grove or somewhere else. If you leave no witnesses. I'm not even sure that these guys are part of the witness protection program, but if you just go in and you start doing your thing, basically it's just free XP. It's 40 experience points per Myconid, 40 XP per Myconid, and I hope that was the wrong attack. 4 XP per Myconid, and it's basically free. They are, well, the ones that do the not the haste spores as much, but maybe the ones that do the confused, the Bibberbank stuff, can be kind of annoying. And obviously there is the claw monster in the other on the other side. But outside of that, well, and you know they don't care. So then what's the servant over here? We're just going to kill all of them now. And then I'm not going to finish the job. I'm not going to kill Spore. I'm going to leave Spore out of it. Because I want to try to optimize my chances of getting the buff for killing the Dweger, which I might have locked myself out of, but if I can't get that buff, I need another buff. Otherwise, I cannot defeat Miracle for sure. The attack buff from this guy is just absolutely crucial, I think, to dealing with that boss, I have to say. Okay, so now they are temporarily hostile. Okay, they're casting stuff. No thanks. Let's not go there. Right, so he's joining the Myconids as he should.
This is my time.
Alright, let's see if we can avoid the confuse. That would be great. And on the Bibber Bang. This Misty Stepping. That's the bonus action. And then probably with the confuse again. Bang. Cloud kill. No thanks. Oh wait, that was not what I wanted to do.
Battle favors the fearless.
Okay, so the cloud kill. Okay. Let me get the F out of here right now. That was the whole reason why.
2 steps at a time.
I have no idea. This is all unknown territory for me. If I die now, that's fine because it's unknown territory. I have practically I've never fought this guy. No, he didn't count as both. This guy joined the fight because he is on the side, I'm assuming, of the Myconids here. And this is also a particular case of me doing this bit after actually helping out Spore. This is Glut. This is a very, very specific consequence of that choice. So like, I'm just going to run for it because if Wyll dies, it's no good. So let's just flee this combat, honestly. Yeah, very dangerous guy. Anyways, yeah, welcome to Blackus. Thanks for stopping by. So, so Black, you just stumbled into a situation with me trying something that I don't recall I've ever done, particularly in this. Normally, what I like to do if I want to kill the Myconids is that I go and I kill those Myconids just before heading into the Shadowfell in Act 2. But with Wyll, I'm a little bit cautious with the resources, so I decided to go and grab that XP from the Murder Hobo here before proceeding into the end game, because I want to get to level 9 for my next power spike. And now I might have locked myself out of the buff from Spore, which is a bit oops. But like, let's see what happens. Yeah, the counterspell is not good enough for the cloud kill, basically. But like, this doesn't Ginger. What I can tell you is that this doesn't happen. Normally, this doesn't happen when you do this in the murder hobo fashion, where the NPCs have no clue about what's going on. In this, what I mean is in the situation where you're just killing things, and you know, plants are dying around the colony, and nobody understands why, and then you just kill everything until Spore is left at the top of the mushroom, and he has no idea what's going on, and he doesn't really care. Where the difference is that because I'm attacking the Myconids after having engaged with Glut, that changes the dynamic, and now suddenly they're all hostile. So if you want to do this in the abusive way, you need to go and do that before you finish the Glut quest. Is what I'm assuming. Is what I am assuming. Let's just check the XP. 700. And now I just need to deal with this stuff. Right, because then we have the... Okay, there we go. Where is the hostility is towards... Oh, they're fighting. Yeah, right. So now Glut is probably going to die, which is not in my interest. Maybe it's too late. We'll see. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is a shit show. Let's see if I can even do anything to protect him at this point.
Battle favors the fearless.
So let's see. Do we have the haste spores? Is probably from the Mossy. Is that it? The Mossy is the haste spore guy, and the restless I think is probably the one that we don't like. So I'm just going to haste at this point, and we'll see what happens. And then obviously I don't want to go into the spores. I should have gone for the volatile ship explosion there. Blood is just completely... And now the haste spores, is that going to... Oh! How did he do that? Oh, he pacifies. Okay. Oh yeah, that's actually the dangerous Myconids. That's the ones that pacify. Now I remember, because they like to pacify. What's his face? The Bulette, if you have that on retainer as well. Right. So this is just one big shit show. Well, let's see what we can do about this. Definitely want to go and try to fuck with this guy. Everything about this is ridiculous. And I'm still super worried about what that's going to do to the buff that I kind of expect to have in the end game here. Right, so okay, so there he is. Sovereign Glut is still alive and kicking, and Spore is still somewhere. And I've killed, I think, most of the Myconids. Alright, let us go and look at the observer then. Just need a corpse. Yeah, and he is gone. And I don't know what that does to the Act 3 appearance of the NPCs there if they decide to chip on out. I have no idea what that does to that actually. Okay. Right. Let's go to the observer, where the key item, of course, is the ability to cast magic missile. I think I already have that covered from my weapon here, the Nair Missile. So I don't need to equip like a secondary source to get that magic missile out. We are going to need the Ring of Free Action to be safe. And pretty much I think everything goes in this fight.
Defender of the people.
And then I actually saw a friend of mine, Ginger, do a very nice, neat trick. If you throw a anti-petrification flask on one of the corpses, the fight is actually going to start without you having to attack the observer, which is an interesting an interesting detail, because then you can kind of start the fight in a different way. I think everything is fine with the gear setup. Honestly, you can always change things, but this is not super necessary, right? Actually, killing Dern is actually maybe a good thing, because this guy is practically the most dangerous of the. Just going to start the fight. Now let's see how the reverberation acts. I mean, the radiating orbs are pretty obvious. That those are very effective for pacification of the spectator, and that's available very early. Like already at level 5, you can have the coruscation ring. So Dern does the one thing that he likes to do, is that he likes to, and this is the one dangerous thing I've found, is that he likes to Misty Step. And after Misty Stepping, what he likes to do is he likes to cast Sleep. And if you're unable to withstand the sleep because you just don't have enough hit points, that can be a problem. Being slept while the spectator is out having fun is no fun. I think I am going to kill Dern, honestly. And also the buff on the offhand. So inspired by Mr. Banshee Bow. Nope, no spare. Okay, I was actually frightened. What was the saving throw there? 14. Okay.
This is my time.
So if I'm unable to move, then doing this without having any kind of minions, like regardless any effect in this game that completely paralyzes your character, that takes control away from you, is basically like what you could call like a one-shot mechanic. Is something where I would say, well, depending on what kind of, you know, your nerves and whatnot, I would definitely try to. I don't think I fear those very much. Probably just want to blast this guy.
Coming through.
So let's see if we can't proc that volatile shield.
Victor's path.
Alright, I guess I'm going to take a pounding from the spectator. Yeah, okay, so it prioritizes getting that critical hit in. That's funny. Okay. But like it's in a pinch. Like this could kill me, right? I could still die from this. Obviously, I have outs. I have an armor of Agathis. I can go and trigger like a special attack. I can do things in this situation. I'm going to give it a bit of magic missile action because that's what I know is going to work. I'm just going to nuke it, even though I know it's overkill.
Might will prevail.
And even 18 armor class is ridiculous. So probably a more safe bet at this point would be to get more armor class for anything where you are susceptible to attacks like this. And as always, prepare properly.
Time to waste. I love surprises.
But for a much more safe edition, bring Glut and bring Minotaur, bring some kind of of weird summon that he does, that's going to be a much better time. Normally, if the spectator summons like a bunch of, if he unfreezes or unpetrifies bunch of those drow elves, everything becomes a lot easier. If you get into a situation where he likes to go and maybe unpetrify 3 or 4 of the drow very early, the magic missile is going to take care of the fight for you, because that will enable, once the drow get out of their hypnosis from the spectator, they're going to help you, right? So you want to optimize the magic missile there to get them into the fight, which I opted out of at the time because I didn't feel like the one drow was going to make a difference. And the observer immediately decided to go for me as well, so there's that, which was a little bit too dangerous. Right. Okay, let's see where we are. The icy health. And then the rest goes to stash. Let's try to see if we can get a little bit back on track here. I do feel like I need that extra buff that I can then do before the short rest. That's the one thing I feel like the Warlock is currently missing. So I'll be grabbing my spell slot back, I think. And then probably doing the heals like this. See, yeah, I'm going to be bringing in a couple of items that I want here. The gloves of the belligerent sky and the whole shebang with all of the reverberation is nice and all, but it is a little bit dangerous with no armor class. So I am going to compromise a little bit. Also, one great thing about the Dex gloves is that they actually also add that +1 to attack that benefits the Eldritch Blast, so that it's not all bad. But I also think I do need the boots of speed for this, so I'm going to take those things out of the equation. Go Ring of Protection. Let's see. And probably critical strike immunity. I think this is going to be the setup for the Minotaurs. Let's go and fight them straight away. And now with no skeleton and no zombie either, but hopefully I'm going to be fine. Alternatively, of course, I could go and trigger the Bullet. If I remember correctly, going a little bit off on memory here. I trigger it, I can Misty Step up and hopefully attack it from high ground. And if I do it this way, there is that added benefit. So the free Misty Step to the high ground. Not sure I have the range currently, but no matter. If I do it this way, I can maybe use the Bullet in the encounter with the Minotaurs, which I might as well do. And so now the fight has been triggered. Let's see. No knockback, of course. And then we shoot. And then I think I do need to take a couple of steps back. I'm a little bit worried about the deadly leap. It is going to dash. I forget exactly what it is this guy is capable of range-wise. And now I do want to knock him back. No, I want to shoot him first. There was a critical hit, but saved the reverberation, and then we're going to head away. Oh wait. I do actually want to bring in... Oh wait, that didn't work. Right, so now the deadly leap is definitely a real possibility. Don't want that to happen, so I need to make sure that that does not happen. How do I make sure of that? He should borrow. Definitely should borrow. So I am going to put my faith in that.
No time to waste.
Let's see. It borrows. On turn 3, generally. Okay, let's go and see what the Minotaurs are up to. Actually, I don't recall fully if we're just going to stealth this through. Minotaurs. Oh, that was actually very close. If going at them from this side makes any sense, the Bullet is going to spawn on the plateau right here. Probably the best thing to do is to go and triggering it from this side, if memory serves me right. Yes, it's heading the other way, and now the other one is coming. Let's see. Let's forget if this is... I'm not sure that this is going to be any good. I think this is a very bad idea. Let's just head back just a bit. It does. It always spawns there. It doesn't spawn there, but it jumps there. I think I want to kind of show how that works, actually. So what you do is when you approach, the Bullet always has the same sequence. It has 5 spawn points. I think 5 spawn points altogether. And it follows the same sequence. So just because, and I don't know if this is a coding issue or coding reason, but just before you encounter the Bullet, before it spawns, the game autosaves and you get the turn-based mode. And approximately at this location, or maybe even slightly further down, the Bullet is going to spawn approximately here, and it jumps all the way to this location. And then the fight as normal begins. So the idea is that you want to make sure that, because the Bullet can spawn in combat, right? So what you want is you want the Minotaurs to be in a position where they're further behind, further in the back, so that you can, because once you get into combat with the Bullet, the Minotaurs are going to join automatically because it's within their range, and they're going to go for the Bullet. So they'll be fighting each other, which is going to give you like a free body for action, right? So probably I'm going to run up there now. Let's just see what happens here. And there we go, right? So the Bullet tunnels. There is the location here. The Minotaur runs into the stuff here and then there we go. This is probably the best case scenario for this. If I'm to make a judgment here, probably this can't get any better, because they will automatically, for 3 turns, go for the Bullet while it's still in the fight. So it's probably not in my best interest to actually kill the Bullet here. I probably want to try and kill the Minotaurs instead. And maybe trying to mess a little bit about with this spell could be fun. But probably not very effective. Let's just try to kill them. I'm going to go a little bit back. It's just doesn't make any real sense endangering yourself when they're already going to be fighting each other. Oh, he actually chooses to go for me. Okay. Interesting. Oh, he goes for the... Okay. I have no idea why that happened. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Let's try to see if we can frighten you. Nope. Feel free to spend a turn. Okay. And I'm not sure if I'm getting XP for the Minotaur actually, if the bullet kills it, but we'll have to see. I think I want to trigger the Armor of Agathis here, actually. Yeah. Okay, that was not very impressive. There's nothing to do about that. Having that bit of armor class is just feels necessary. Okay, so this is actually, all things considered, I'm pretty happy with this result. Let me just shoot this guy once. And then we're going to let him kill himself, I think, because... Wait. That was unnecessary, because then I can reapply the Agathis here. Oh, was that? That was the wrong attack. Oh, anyway. Alright. So that means I actually got the XP for both of them. Okay. Right. So those were the Minotaurs and first location of the Bullet. I'm just going to mark the remaining locations, but I don't think that it's going to be relevant. Right. So those are the remaining 3 locations. I'm not going to fight it here. Preferably, I want it to be in the fight with the claw monsters. So off to the beach. Oh, the Salsa Bloom. Yeah, I need to remember those. Right, let's go and see what the claw monsters are capable of. Oh shit. Okay, so that's... What the hell? Okay, so that was why he didn't... Blood actually didn't have his Minotaur in the... It's chilling here. Oh, and they do piercing damage, so there is no real way to mitigate the damage from the claw monsters. Probably I do need a long rest for this actually. This is probably the last hardest fight I think that I'll be doing here. Wyll does like to eat a lot. He sleeps a lot, he eats a lot, and that's how he manages his day-to-day. And in this fight, I just like a bit of meat shield. Also, the drow elf that I'll be fighting likes to cast confusion, which I don't like cast on me. So I'll be using the bullet, and there will be complete mayhem until I kill that guy. So complete mayhem coming up. And we need a rebuff on the weapon here. Sunbeam is very, very tempting here. But I'll still be in a situation where I need to kill the claw monsters ASAP. It's going to be a bit of a shit show potentially. So maybe I can kind of divvy up the fight into smaller bits. I think that's what I kind of hope for, because fighting everything at once is going to be a bit of a shit show if I don't hit anything. Probably also the Staff of Arcane Blessing will be equipped for this, I think. To increase the hit chance. Alright.
Checking things out.
Okay. Yeah, the idea here is that this is from like months of really bad experiences with Bullet, because this is the Bullet, and it's on the forum, it's on the web. Most people don't encounter these problems, but I'm telling you, it's real. Like it is. So the problem is that if you trigger the fight from this side and you go down there, the first claw monster is going to clack its claws or whatever it's called and call for his friends, and so then you can pull the monster up and fight it further up to avoid having a bigger fight. As far as I remember, one of the two reinforcements are tied directly to the boss, the drow elf, up in the camp. So that means the whole encounter is going to be triggering. When that happens, at this location approximately, we are going to have the Bullet spawning, but it's going to be in the spawn animation. It's not going to really spawn. It's just going to be there in the shaking ground. The problem is, it's never going to come up unless you go to that location in the fight and trigger the Bullet. If you kill off the claw monsters and you then go to try to trigger the Bullet afterwards, you're going to be stuck in a permanent prone condition, and the game is ruined. You have to restart from the Nautiloid. I've tried this 2 or 3 times, and I've scienced it out to a degree that all I can say is, if you want to avoid that stuff happening, if the Bullet is alive, you want to go from the other side, in my opinion. I mean, you can go and maybe you can kill the first claw monster, and then you can go to the other side and you can go and trigger the Bullet. You just need to be sure that the Bullet is triggered in the fight where it makes its appearance here. Otherwise, it will bug out heavily. Alright. So I'm going to shoot this guy. I think I can actually trigger the first claw monster without too much of a hassle here.
I found my mark.
And now, come to think of it, I don't want... Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. And it's surprised. Oh wait, Mr. Skeleton, join in, please.
This is my time. Might will prevail.
This is a bit like, these encounters are not that dangerous in principle. But, and there's a but, it might go wrong. And it's just that one chance that when you're close to level 9, you don't kind of want to die to some bullshit in Act 1. So that's all I'm saying, for me at least. I'd much rather die to a walkers if that ends up happening. Okay. Alright, so do I want to go and trigger the bullet over here? No, not really. Since it can already spawn up here, it makes no sense going and fighting it in its native home ground. I need to kind of see if I can't make it die up here. If I need to fight it anyway at a later time, it is what it is. But I don't want to go and fight it just now. That it does not make any sense to me. Alright, so in terms of... yeah, I'll be mirror imaging. Let's see. Visibility. Definitely. Definitely. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's for in my situation. In my situation, I want to kill everything to a certain degree. I'm still discussing. I'm having an internal discussion about war gas. But outside of that, I want to kill everything. I need 89 XP. That means 3 claw monsters at this point. So I don't need to fight the bullet. But it's already practically dead. So I think it's because I fought it earlier. But it's definitely unnecessary for sure. It's a very, very weird monster that they're now giving, I think, a new legendary action. So it's just pouring more onto that a little bit weird situation. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to... and then I think I'm going to leave my friends down here. Probably. No. Let's get into that. I think I'm going to try to see if I can't sneak Philro here. That's the whole idea. It is a little bit dangerous. I am going to go down here and just wait one turn. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the logic behind the challenge versus the reward for some of the Act 1 encounters. It feels a little bit like it's not quite thought through. The owlbears in particular are stupid. Like, and it's funny that yeah, I think the bullet is in the fight currently, so I need to get into the fight as well. Yeah, the bullet is in the fight, so it spawns once you go in there and you do that thing, and now it's I think this has to be like the first round of combat that it's in. But this all goes into that that discussion about what the process of Valerian Studios was, and a friend of mine put it in a very dry, made a very dry remark about how, well, it's obvious that that Act 1 was in early access, right? You just leave it at that. That's the comment. And it's very clear to me that they put in so much effort into the first act that it's not even funny, like if you compare it to the rest of the game. In my opinion, at least. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but like I feel that Act 1 is like a 10 out of 10, and then it goes downhill from that point for me. So everything just feels like it's really been tuned to give people that very, very nice like campaign like experience. So do I just do this? I guess. Come on, Bullet, you can deal with one more turn. One more turn. Come on. So like the experience with the fights and the challenges and everything that takes place is just like, even the Bullet has like voice lines. You there's a seance coming out of the Selenite outpost where the game informs you that something is wrong in the Underdark. Right? Everything leads up to this battle, and then it's very difficult, it's very dangerous, and it doesn't provide you with a reward that's tangible. Like, so I think it all has to do with they just care about the experience, which I personally find to be okay. But yeah, it's true that like some of the stuff here in Act 1 feels like it's not very suited for the solo, at least. But and the burrow, and then how many hit points it regains? 48 hit points. That's manageable. That's very manageable, particularly once I get my level up. Yeah, I think lots can be said. Lots can be said about the whole, about the early game and everything. I think, like, for me, my major gripe is that my biggest gripe is that I feel a little bit like the second act, like the crash, and the second act for me becomes a bit like farming grounds. It becomes a bit like I need to farm out all of these things, and then there are a couple of encounters that I look particularly forward to that I want to do and have fun with, and then there's Merkel. That's how I feel about the game currently. That's not a problem for me. It's just that's pretty much okay. Let's go into this. So the Minions of Chaos enables me to get that that elemental ally that I want. The other things are just not interesting. But the Earth Elemental is going to be a major player for me. All right, let's just check if there's anything I want to change spell-wise. I'm not going to be able to rely on anything that has to do with DC. I'm not going to challenge any of the bosses, I think. Do I want to do anything to... No, it's spending a full action casting a... No. Probably instead of fireball, flame strike makes more sense. Cone of Cold is not particularly valuable, but it can show its mettle in a specific situation in a pinch. I tried the flight thing, that didn't really work out very well for me. I can just use the jump to do the things I want to do. It just adds to the pre-buffing chaos problematic that I don't want. All right, let's move on. I think that is, apart from the last claw guy, I think that's it. Oh, we need to fight. I need to fight the Bullet. I am going to fight him. Come on, this skeleton. Yeah. Nope. I can't, I don't know what the expression is in English, but I have a hard time getting my hands down. That's what it's called in Danish, at least. I have a hard time hiding my enthusiasm of this game. I think for me this is probably the best game that I've ever played, and that's and the different genres that are competing for that top spot of games that I've played are in very, very different genres. So I'm just, even if I'm there are things that I find I want change that I think the patch 7 is not going to address. I still love this game, and I yeah. Otherwise I wouldn't be playing, I think, as much. Die. Just die. Alright. Okay. Let's go and deal with the bullet. Probably I'm not going to be able to kill it, but we'll have to see. Let's just see. And now already look at the magic from the 5th level spells. Oh, and my new friend. And this is like the one bit, like, I can't piggyback really off of any elemental value that I could get from. I think there's a slight synergy between the water elemental and the where did I put it? And the Morning Frost. That's a slight bonus there to add that cold damage with the potential wet, I think, that the water elemental can do, but outside of that, the earth elemental, for the most part, I need to play around a little bit with the other elementals, so I am going to use this one for now. There we go. Auto save.
Sharp as ever.
And then go in. But it is true, this is like the levels of unnecessary for sure in this game. But with the Earth Elemental, everything becomes more fun, that's all I can say. Can I fly past? Oh, I cannot fly past even. I get knocked down. That was interesting. Let's see what I can do to you. No, 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 no. Oh, Wyll, that was the that was the wrong thing you did there. Shocking them. Well, not interested. Multi-attack, go. Yeah, not impressive for sure. Still has the radiating orbs from the last fight. And then he goes for me, right? Goes straight for Wyll. Yikes. And bites. The levels of unnecessary are just screaming at me right now. But like with my level, I think it's safe to say that if I fuck this up, then it's on me for sure. Let's see. It's a skeleton. It seems like you're ready as well. Show us what you've got. Not bad. Oh well. Okay, looks like we get a pass here. Okay, and the reward, of course, is absolutely worthless for Wyll. I think there's some kind of window for the barbarian, if I remember correctly, that can use this to some kind of I don't know, advantage or something. But anywho, I think that concludes more or less the Underdark. The only thing that I still need to do is the Bernard encounter, which I think I will do, but probably I'll just go and deal with the owlbears first.
Finders keepers.
Getting the Sasa bark for the quests, and also and this is a very weird thing that apparently, like I was told that that some items scale off your spellcasting modifier. So Ginger Bananas told me that that with the Banshee, both the Banshee, for instance, the DC on the Frightened scales off your. In comparison to this, you have the some of the other items, like very good items that have these very strong abilities, like for instance the Morning Frost that applies the chilled condition that effectively acts as a doubler for your damage because it causes not resistance, that other thing, weakness, or now I suddenly forget vulnerability, of course, to the target that you're shooting. Like, but the DC is stuck at 12, and you can't move that DC. You cannot increase that DC with your caster ability. Effectively making the Morning Frost staff a very, like, still a good item for many users, but not in that sense where it's not a fix-all. That it could have been if the chilled was just applied, then it would be absolutely insane. Okay, yeah, sure. The armor that we just got from the Bullet does have some very niche uses like a melee warlock or somebody else who takes hits, but it's difficult to use basically, and for me it's not very valuable. I can't really use it for anything. All right, let us head up to the Blighted Village. Let's see. Forge a weapon. Yes. I like it how these goblins they don't get the memo. They do not get the memo. All is lost, flee. Something like that. And now comes the question, do I actually have a weapon that I can use for this? Probably not. Okay, inserting the Sasa bark. Go. And then we check the stash. We're looking for a dagger. There it is. And the same thing goes for the Sasa dagger. Like, I had that idea that this is a viable strategy. Like, enchanting the dagger. I need to get a cup of coffee. But like enchanting the dagger, getting the Sasa dagger, it's or greatsword, whatever, like a +1 weapon, very solid, with an ability to silence targets. Same problem. The difficulty class when you try to silence something with this is very low and very easily overcome, which is a major problem for the item. Yeah. So in order to get those things to work, it's like you want to apply, I guess Suplagus, what you're saying is you want to apply disadvantage to the targets that you're trying to affect, right? If they have disadvantage, then the DC 12 is then more easy to get to work, right? All right. Anywho, it's just you're sacrificing, in my opinion, a lot by using this type of item. I mean, you have to kind of basically probably build your character around applying the conditions that you need to make some of these items work more reliably, whereas the Eldritch Blast Warlock just works. It just works. Like, no questions asked, which is... I wanted the Warlock to work in other ways, and I know that it does, but like I've tried a number of things, and my realization is that if I want to get through this game with this rule set that I'm running, I need to run with something that I feel like I can get consistent value out of, and this is definitely it. Right, let's see if we can go down and do the owlbears. But like one thing that I want to mention when I go in here, let's just quickly see. Do I want to go in with an elemental? I don't care. I don't care. Do I have enough spells? I have one spell slot. I don't care. I'm just gonna head in there. We go inside. Let's go. So one thing that I want to mention with the 1 second. That I want to mention with the with the owlbears, and which is a part of why what I'm saying is when I say that it feels a lot like they really worked on the first act. Like Act 1 is really like thoroughly worked through. Like maybe 80-90% of Act 1 has been like scrutinized extremely heavily, is this encounter, because the owlbear has a very specific, like very generic mechanic where it enrages and then it attacks twice and it deals a lot of damage. It dies, there's a cutscene, you get to either kill the cub or let the cub live. If you don't kill the cub is going to feed off its mother and survive, and then you can later get it as a companion, which is part of my plan, right? And then I know that there are ways to circumvent the fight by going in and then the goblins kill them and the owlbear spawns somewhere else and stuff. But like I'm just going to do the fight. It's not a very difficult fight if it was just the one owlbear. So in the cave, and I believe I can go a little bit further in so we can get a sneak peek here. In the cave, there is a ledge. Let's see. There's a cracked rock right here, and then there's a ledge. Now, the owlbear and the owlbear cub cannot crawl. That means that right up here you have a safe spot. And I'm pretty sure that they specifically, I mean, I don't believe they left that one out. They specifically programmed the cub and the owlbear, the mother, to not crawl. Yeah. And that's because of Blackest. That's because you're playing in honor mode. So in Tactician and the difficulties below, that's how that is supposed to work. Now, once they introduced the honor mode legendary power, where the owlbear mother is then joined by her mate, what happened was that they put in an owlbear with the same ability set as the mother, because it enrages in the same way, but it's not been tested. So one thing that happens here is that first of all, the owlbear mate is able to crawl. It's going to crawl up the cracked rock. So this no longer, I made a YouTube short about this. This is no longer a safe spot. That's one thing. Also, it crushing flights to this location, and it moves to you and it hits you. So basically, it's breaking the rules that the owlbear mother is programmed with. So it's not the same owlbear. It's a different entity. And this the point that I'm trying to make is that they to very high degree. They went through Act 1, and then once the honor mode dropped and they added thing into Act 2, Act 1, they didn't test it properly. So this is something that's like a part of it. The other problem is that when you kill the mother, and you then kill the owlbear mate, then something about the baby or the cub messes up, so it's not going to turn neutral and the cutscene is going to play. And this is also, I think, without knowing, a problem in the code because of the owlbear mate. So they had like a really working environment. Everything was tested to like every highest degree, and they add something, and a lot of things changes. So, but that's just to say that the detail, the level of detail in the first act was very. Anyway, let us do this fight. Go, 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 go. I'm just gonna head in there and probably just haste and hopefully not die.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
Because as anybody who's actually died to this encounter knows, this is just 10 millionth degree of ridiculously difficult. With the owlbear mate. Absolutely ridiculous. Even with friends. Even with friends. Yeah. Oh, the haste is just it's too dangerous actually, because going to prone me. I forget if it's going to call its consort straight away. We'll have to see about that. Oh, it does immediately. Yeah, and then it's going to already join in the first round here, and it's going to be able to jump to me. And this is the one saving grace of this encounter, which is, I think, let me just see what saving throw that rests on. So Owlbear is a DC 14 saving throw, and it has no bonuses. I forget what the command hold. It's probably a wisdom saving throw, right? And now she died. But like if she can land a couple of command holds on the owlbears, that's the saving grace. But it's never going to cease being a shit show, this encounter, for sure. And there's a reason why I'm saving it till level 9, because I just don't want to deal with it. And these gives, like, I think they give 20 XP a pop or something. Let's see. Boom, 20 XP. 20 XP right there. And basically the way that you want to deal with this encounter is having high. Let's just pop the shield. Oh, it's too far away. Is to have high damage. You just need high damage. You just need a lot of burst. If you head in there with the level 5 paladin and you just release 2 level 2 spell slots of radiant damage, probably, hopefully you can kill one of the owlbears in 1 round, and then you're good. But that's basically like, you need just burst, otherwise it is a shit show. And let's see if the cub... I haven't injured the cub. The cub has not been injured by Andric either. And hopefully Andric dies. Probably I just want to kill Andric real quick. For that 20 XP for killing Andric, which is... Let's see. 20 XP, and the cup is still hostile. So yeah, you have to run out of the cave at this point, which I'm almost 100% certain that this is a byproduct of the owlbear mate, because this has never been a problem to me on any other game mode than honor mode. And there's absolutely no reason why the cutscene for the owlbear cup shouldn't play. There's no reason for that at all. It just should.
Victor's path.
Can you improvise? No, I don't have any strength. I just need to get out of here.
Making my move.
I mean that's these are like small bits, right? Something that we could hope for in the patch 7 would be stuff like this getting fixed. As long as they don't plan on adding like more things into this bit of the game, I mean, hopefully we can avoid having like more bugs. I think it was Sven Winkle who actually said something along the lines of, whenever you add new things into the game, you know, all things will stop working and, you know, bugs will show up and stuff. So if they can just try and fix some of the things in the early game, like this for instance, and don't add anything else into it, I think that would be fantastic. But let's hope. But let's not get our hopes up, is what I meant to say. So, and then here comes the question. Am I even allowed to bring out my companions here, or my summons? Oh yeah, I am. Great. Just gonna go in and finish the Selune quest real quick. I think that's another 20 experience points. So. This is another fantastic item. This item is just absolutely fantastic. I think it's also a DC 12 actually. DC 12 Constitution save to avoid the being blinded. Oh, it's a Dexterity saving throw. It's so good. Like if this works against the Observer, if this works against the Spider Queen, it just feels so good. So I'm going to equip my shield, my perception shield, and I'm going to guidance myself and just jump across here. See if I can't perceive things. I could. And this is another absolutely fantastic item that I never really got to work. I mean, I've had this on so many characters wanting to use it, but it just seems like it's a very expensive necklace to be using, considering what the alternatives are. Oh, that was unintentional. But basically the Selenite necklace gives you 50 when you're below 50%, you don't provoke attacks of opportunity, which obviously is very good. But it also synergizes with a lot of other items that has the threshold, the 50% threshold HP as a criteria for working. So there are a couple of items you can then mix in, and if you can keep below 50%, then you can deal extra damage and whatnot. However, I think the stuff is too mediocre to really make a difference. So was that it? Yeah, I left Bernard. Haven't done Bernard. The question is if I want to. Yeah, I can go and do Bernard. I think actually I'm not 100% sure, but I think I didn't open the front door to the tower, but I need to check. And even if I did open the front door, I still think I can at this point probably do shenanigans. I think what would be cool would be to have like a water elemental, because with his lightning aura he's going to also kill his own friends. So if I could kind of piggyback off of that, that would be funny. So let's see. Come on. Damn it. I broke the door, which means if I push Bernard off, he's going to come back. But it's going to give me, I think, a couple of turns to do shenanigans. So let's go up there and harass his friends with a couple of Sussa blooms, which I'm not even sure that I need those blooms, but like at this point I don't really care. So I'm going to drop them. I'm going to push him out the window, I think. I think that's the most effective. So, one flower here. He doesn't really care too much. One flower here. I haven't done this before, but I think it's pretty much, it should be self-explanatory what the idea is. I'm going to be attempting to push. Let me just see. Quick rebuff of the light here. Going to push Bernard out the window. Let's just get the water elemental. So the water elemental also has more HP. So the water elemental has the slam ability that's going to permanently create puddles of water. I do think there's one little problem. No, it does not have any lightning weakness. Oh my goodness, it doesn't. So that means I could probably like puddle of water his friends, and once he starts his aura of lightning, he's going to kill his own friends. But maybe it's going to make the water elemental wet as well. We'll have to see how that works. But I am going to begin the fight by throwing him out the window. If I can. If I can. Maybe I need to add the repelling blast. It's going to make a difference. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to take a bit of distance in case this does not work. And maybe just bring the skeleton to a favorable position. That was the wrong NPC. Come on, Mr. Skeleton. And this is also like when I was thinking about how much XP that I was actually missing out on throughout the game, because in the beginning I had a very hard time believing that you could get to level 11 before the Merkle fight, and now I fully understand that of course you can. It's a question about killing more things. And like when you go here first time round and you talk to Bernard and you finish the Arcane Tower, he's going to peacefully submit to you, and then you're going to get experience points for Bernard, but not his friends. That means that you basically leave out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 40 XP, 240 XP that you would otherwise get for doing this. So in that case, I think it makes a little bit of sense. Alright, so I'm going to be shooting the guy. Does that... Oh, it's a spell slot. Okay, let's go. Let's just do that crit, see what happens. Did he die? Did he not die? Did he? He didn't die, and now he's going to come back. Let's kill his friends. If he comes back and he's at full HP, I don't care. Let's do this. Probably I should have added the jump spell before this, but like let's just go. I didn't even... Was that? Yeah, I did add the lighting there. So I think what is actually going to happen is that Bernard is going to be able to reach me next turn. Going to go up here. We'll see what happens. See if shit hits the fan. Probably what you need to do is when you do this, when you push Bernard out there, you probably need to go very aggressively and attack the other robot so you get the fight starting, so he doesn't get that free heal in there. Let's see what happens. And this is also like one of those fights. It's probably really easy when done in the correct manner, but like when not done in the correct manner, I think can be pretty dangerous. Like Bernard is a very dangerous NPC, right? Yeah. So Blackest, what happened was that I pushed him out the window, and like normally, of course you know this, but like normally when you leave the front door open, basically you can block him from entering the fight, to my knowledge at least. I destroyed the door because that's how Wyll behaves in my games. But so that's probably not a very meaningful way of dealing with it. So I'm just thinking maybe I want to go here and try to push him down there. Is that something that's possible? Can you go to this location? I have no idea how much damage he deals, but I want to try this out. I mean, this is taking a little bit, running a little bit of a risk here. Okay. But if I immediately attacked one of his robots, I would assume that he joins the combat in the that he would then join the combat in the turn order. Without knowing it for sure, I would assume so. So now everything has been outside of this animated armor over here. Let's just get that one in the fight. And let's just wet that stuff up. Oh, I also attack Shovel with that attack, yeah. Of course. Quick save. Right, so he got back up. He was not moving though, so he'll probably be doing that a couple of times if I can get my way with him. So, was that a bad decision? Probably it was. The greater elemental is just such an insane power spike for this character. It's not even funny. Right, so now he's stunned. That does make it a bit more easy. Of course, there is the version where I don't bring in the sauce of blooms for disabling the robots.
Today you fool.
Most of these guys are relatively harmless, in my experience. Anyway. Did I magically enchant my hand crossbow with light? I did. So it's just for that one turn that things are chilled. That's definitely important. And there he comes. There he is. Let me just check that ability out real quick. Permanent puddle on the ground. So now there's water, but the wet condition, oh, the chill condition persists. Okay. It still persists. Okay, great. $42 points of damage. It's just crazy. Like, it's so crazy. Like, if water wasn't one of the conditions that Merkel doesn't really care about, that would be a strategy, like, on its own, I think. Can I get him... Has he positioned himself in such a way that I can't throw him off now? Wait, what? Will, no, will, okay, whatever. That was, let's just quickly check the lightning. That is, I forgot about that one. That is the 3d8. Okay. That is the 3d8. That was the reaction, right? As $48. Leaping static. Let's quickly check. Leaping static, right. So that's the reaction once per turn. Wow. Okay. Let's see if I can't divert his interest here. And now it's stunned. What was that? Bernard failed the saving throw against the blast from Wyll. Oh, it's the volatile shield from the Emperor. Yeah, okay, fair enough. All right, let's move on. This is another item that you wish there was some kind of real tangible reward to getting that two-hander from Bernard here to use for something. And it's like it's a weapon that under very specific conditions is going to work, but not to my knowledge at least, a very, very strong way. Chance to stun the wielder. No thanks. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we're done with this. I think that is pretty much it for Act 1. Took a lot longer. I need to go back and I need to go back and figure out how this is going to go down, but not before I'm ready to proceed into the end game or something. So I am going to be going into, let's just quickly see, with the level 9, I could go and consider doing the Walker stuff now. Probably I want to do that next stream. I'm just going to go and see what I need in Act 2 before I commit to anything else. Yeah. So the idea is that with the right gear setup, with the right items, I want to head into that fight. With the right setup, I want to head into that fight. I want to go into the astral prism, and I want to do that thing in there, and then I want to head out and fight walkers there, and then proceed with the game. One problem is though, which probably is not going to matter anyway, but I'm still very, very worried that I messed up my game by joining with Glut. I think that's something I need to change, like systemically on my playthroughs, that I never side with Glut. I think that is potentially a run ender. But it does not. It's not going to become apparent before I'm facing Merkel. But if that's the case, then that's just very, very sad. But then that's been scienced out. In worst case scenario, if I die on this Warlock, probably I won't stream the I'll be playing it once I have every odd minute that I can sit down and play. I'll be playing it, and then resuming the stream when I get to the fight, the Merkel fight probably. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Might be that everything is going to be fine, but the spore buff from the Myconid colony is just such a superior buff. So potentially it could be a problem, but let's see. Just selling a couple of things here. I will probably be collecting a lot of food to make this work, because it seems to be Wyll seems to be a big eater. So he has a major appetite, and we do need a lot of food, and it needs to be good food as well. protein, all the stuff that he can get to keep his engine running. None of these items are of any value to me. I'm not going to be able to use medium armor even with my setup. So even all of those very, very good and juicy items are not going to be equipped on me. The covert cowl, I'm probably going to keep that just for a little bit. It is a big problem to me that the light armor is going to destroy the value that I get from from the mage armor. So that's going to really be detrimental to that mage armor buff, and I do not like that. And it is because I refuse to take the medium armor proficiency on this character, not on all casters, but on the Wyll here. I simply don't do it, even if it's good. Because there are so many items that I simply can't use because of this. And this is another item I want to work, but it doesn't seem like it's ever going to work. Let's just get rid of everything that I don't plan on using. But like the Ginger, the Walker's fight is something that, like, even if I go into that encounter the cowardly way by approaching it from the commander chamber, there's still that problem that if I'm unable to produce enough damage on Warwalkers, killing him effectively in turn 1 or turn 2, probably preferably, he's going to be producing so many of the swords, so many of the psychic damage swords, that I'm worried that my character is not going to survive it. Because they're so fast, right? They just cross the entire arena in 1 sec. And you have everything in your face. So the Walker's fight for me probably is one of the big hurdles. And probably I don't need to do it, so I'm taking it into consideration. But the more I talk about it, the more, I'm talking myself into doing it. That's my problem. Let's see. We'll see.
Take care.
And I'm collecting food. Yeah. I mean, I'm currently, like, for level 10, I'm in a very good spot, right? I didn't do anything in the crash, and from the markers on the map, you could see how much I have left. So I'm still, like, I need to go and have a chat with Oliver in the shadowy battlefield. I need to go and have a chat with Halson in the portal defense. I need to have, I think, did I already do the, yeah, I already did the Isabel encounter, so there's that. But, like, I still have a couple of those things left. The Arabella hasn't been done because I was, there's there's an inspiration there for the folk hero. And I have practically not killed anything in Moonrise. Practically not. You know, I helped the prisoners escape, and kill the warden, but a lot of stuff remains. Like a lot of stuff, like I don't know, several thousand points of XP remain. So there's a lot left. And in the Shore Gauntlet, there's also something, and then there's the entire crash. But anyway, I need to do all of this stuff at level 9. Anyway, even if I was able to do it at level... Oh, this is dangerous. Let's not do it this way. No. They all look the same. Again, this is like, when would I ever use this amulet? Like, under any circumstances. And the Killer's Sweetheart is also a bit of an interesting item, which I don't think I'll be using. I don't think I have the spots, the place for it. The Moondrop pendant. This is like, this item in many ways is a personal favorite of mine because the potential is just so strong for a melee character. If you can build a character that can stay below 50% HP, of course, which again I guess is too dangerous. Right. So I am getting rid of those medium armor stuff, even if, like, I know that Balduran's helmet is so good, but like I like this helmet a lot. I really like it. But I think I am, or am I going to, what am I going to take at level 12? It's either medium armor or it is it's a dual wielder. I think it's the dual wielder feat. I'm not quite sure. I don't need the money. I'll just keep some of these medium armor items at home, I guess. But I'm pretty certain I'm going to be using the dual wielder feat. There we go. Does he have any food? No. Well, yes, Nabble. Okay. Right. But if you have like a barbarian or something that is able to have a high hit point pool and with the rage and being able to... Is there something wrong with this picture? Oh, he's down here. Okay.
Mole would do this.
They're having a chat. Okay. Yeah. Just checking if I forgot something, which I don't think that I am. Art Kolak has not woken up, it seems. Okay, so I didn't do that bit. What?
Any word?
Oh, he's asking me to go in. Okay, great. Just give me the food, please.
Mole can be cranky and mean. Mole gave it to me and said I shouldn't let it go, so just don't worry.
Already finished everything of value in Act 2. All that's left are the encounters that I want to do.
Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
But he doesn't have any supplies? Boiled potatoes? You useless masses. Useless. And I really need to think about what I want to do with the murder hobo situation. If I want to do this fight like the regular attack on Moonrise. Also, I have the Shadowfell available for XP as well. So going into the Shadowfell is another consideration. But that involves finishing the Crash first, obviously. Oh, there is no food here.
Ever at your service.
Let's see. Okay.
And all
Has to be sufficient. Because if I need to go and kill, like, everybody at Moonrise, it's going to be an awful shit show of long resting. Which is something that I definitely don't want to do if I can avoid it. Okay, let's just go and check. Oh, I don't think I even fought Sorel, actually. That's something I need. Well, I don't need to do it, but like... One sec. Okay, just received a baby here, but I think I'll be fine for a moment. I just need to quickly check, because regardless of everything, what I don't think I want to do is have a situation where I'll be fighting the full force of the Moonrise Towers in the defensive position, as well as a full roof of Ketheric and all of his Necromites. I think the combination of both the fighting everything on the rooftop, as well as fighting everything in the on the ground floor, plus random other things, is going to be a little bit too much. So I do think a bit of murdering needs to take place for me. Let's just go and check what the situation is out here. Scrying Eye has been taken out, but Sorel is ready to fight. Okay then. Sorel is ready to fight. She has counterspell and other things like Hunger of Hadar and whatnot. Let's just spend a long rest resource to do this. I'm just making like a really, bold assessment here that with the elemental, Wyll is going to be in a strong position to do this. Right, so let's quickly go and close the door.
I hear it hard.
tolerate.
She was like, she was willing to have a conversation about it. Let's just say, I think she's going to just flat out counterspell the shears. Yeah. This is pretty good for me. Let's just retreat to this position. But like already I've been killing a lot of things. I've been destroying the scrying eye in preparation for this. I've been you know, letting the ogre over there go, so now it's only Sorel. I am killing her, like she's in the temporary hostile situation, so there's a lot of things there. So probably I'll be killing stuff in Moonrise just to get to that end game. It is the safe way to go for sure. Cone of Cold is dealing a bit of damage, got to say. I'm wondering how many spell slots. That's well. Oh well, that didn't matter. Okay.
Brimming with potent magic.
Full brain. And then probably I will just be killing a couple of more. At least I'll be... No, wait. I want to kill these. If I want to kill, I need to kill these guys first. Because I need the space. If the eyes end up calling in all kinds of reinforcements. Yeah. Long rest for sure. I just want to go and kill the necromites on the rooftop, just to make sure that I did that bit. I think that's the absolutely most important thing. Fighting Ketheric and all of his friends is not something that I plan on doing. Will be throwing in the Earth Elemental this time around. Getting myself an undead follower here.
Let's give it a go.
Zombie. What else do I need to do? Right, so I should have advantage on those targets because they are in...
What's this now?
And I should get advantage, should get benefit from both the coruscation ring because I am myself illuminated and these guys are in shadow, so both things should apply. Let's see what happens. That's the idea at least. Let me just get out my imp here. And let's just add a bit of firepower to the mix. Okay, let's go.
Violence isn't
No advantage seems on the attack. Okay, because that apparently not obscured enough. Okay. I don't even think the radiating orb wasn't present, of course, when I first initiated.
Coming through.
The XP that you get from killing everything here is just so bonkers that, like, it doesn't matter if you get it before going into the Illithid Mind Flare colony, or get it like before you enter, or if you get it like after going through Shadowfell. But yeah, getting it early is just crazy. I mean, yeah. And it's the same thing in the Divinity Original Sin series, where you just you're rewarded so much for fighting. Let's just fight these. Let's just open up and see what happens. And then, if I remember correctly, they are going to call the eye, and I'm going to have like a shit show of fighting, and I honestly don't know if I can handle everything all at once. We'll have to see. I think at least I get one turn before they all enter. I don't want to do this because I will be looking at a fireball in 1 second. So probably she'll be casting that spell. Oh, her initiative orders. Okay, that's something, I guess. Where's my Earth Elemental? Dude. What are you doing? Come on. I took the fireball, it seems. Yeah, and now the scrying eye is, I don't know if it's going to join. We'll see. Just keeping my zombie a little bit safe here. I think she only has one fireball charge, if I remember correctly. Oh, this is a stupid idea. Never mind. She has it one more turn? Why is... Okay. Feel like Wyll was robbed of a turn there, but you know, probably not. She goes to the door, which we like. Then we'll try to... Yeah. And then, I think... No, I can take another fireball, but like... Short rest. See, and maybe they don't care because the door was not opened or something. And this guy definitely doesn't care.
Wide, gaping sockets that see nothing.
Hmm.
And still they seem to...
Yeah. Bad news for you, man. Okay, let's get up there. I just want to clear off these guys. Probably. And the fireball. Want to counterspell this. It's level 3 spell. No, I'm taking it. So, low dex save, which means let me just have fun with. There we go.
Finding my way.
Yeah, that's... Yeah,
This is mine.
it does. How much XP? There's 60 XP a piece, right? A pop, and there are like 8 of those, so that's also 4,800, 480 XP for those. And it's interesting how the reach from beyond is apparently it's a spell that I can counterspell, but at the same time it has the physical damage property, which is why when the necromites are attacking you in the whenever, what you need is you need the buff from the Gauntlet of Shaw to kind of bring that damage down, which I need to remind myself to go and get. So I can counterspell it as a spell, but the damage I receive is a physical necrotic damage. It's very odd. And I cannot psionic backlash it either. It's a very weird like mechanic. Let's just go and say goodbye to Mr. Zombie, or maybe just face tank it probably. Earth Elemental is just so strong. Like it's a generic, super strong generic summon. Just works for everything. High HP, high damage, control, all kinds of things. If you don't know what else to do, the Earth Elemental is just great. Yeah. I know and the bludgeoning damage. The bludgeoning damage component is why I like the Earth Elemental best for the Merkle fight. I know that the other summons also has. I don't know if all of them have like bludgeoning damage, but I really like the fact that I can consistently kill things with the Earth Elemental. But it might be that I kind of miscalculated something, that one of the other elementals are actually better. Probably somebody is much better equipped to answer that. But almost done with this bit, and then I think I'm going to go and fight Oliver, or fight his family rather. Can I get here without aggroing Catholic? Yes. Let's go. I mean, Larian could, I don't know how difficult it is to program, but they could kind of easily circumvent people abusing this, for instance, with some kind of gated content that you couldn't go and cheese like that, because you are missing out on some fun stuff. I'm just worried that my character is going to die, which is why I'm playing it so safe that I am. Playing it really safe here. Okay, so let's head down, and then I am probably... I could go into the prison to kill a couple of those down there, because I think they're actually not really part of the... Maybe they're part of the defense. I'm not fully sure, but I think going into the prison could make sense and kill some of the... There are a couple of encounters down there that I don't know if they show up in the defense, but the encounters are interesting on their own, so I'm just gonna head down there, even with the Earth Elemental, I think. Let's see. I'm going to head into the prison real quick to just check what's left. And then also, actually, did I, in fact... go and save the gnolls? I did not. And I'm still at that inspiration point issue where... But I need to... This cannot be helped, so I need to just quickly go and deal with this. Is this like... I forget if this is an intelligence check or not. I think it's a wisdom check. Let's go in. So having those inspiration points that are tied to very specific, tied to these very specific things is super annoying. Because then I forget to do it, and...
There's an illithid parasite in that cool trace. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority, as if your blood...
And now we get to the max. Yeah, sure thing. Okay, so now they're ready to join the fight. So that's good. So let's just go and check. Did I get everything from Arash? Yeah?
Welcome back, true soul.
Not the food. Bit of tea. Never hurts. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, prison time.
Just a peek.
And also just to check how much XP do I get for all of these things. Do I get to a spot where I'm comfortably level 10? Do I need to... What needs to happen like to get to that level? Let's go down and check. Here we are. Right. Okay, so one of the things is the Minthara captors have like an arsenal of very like hefty things, like they do all kinds of stuff that can be kind of interesting. So, and I think they also counter spell as well. So let's just quickly deal with them. What I don't think that they'll be able to counter spell is a flame strike. And here comes the confusion on 3 targets. So I want to... No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And I just want to see what the other one does before I commit to anything. I'm confused. And then I save it. I save it immediately. Okay, let's just quickly check. Confused. One of those abilities that you don't see. I don't see them very often work in a very convincing fashion in my games. So it's a DC 17. That's relatively high, and then it's the wisdom saving throw there, the proficiency and the forbidden knowledge, and a +1 that I don't know where I get from, probably the ring, and the cloak, and then the wisdom modifier. Yeah, okay. Anywho. Now we're confused. Not that confused. A little bit confused. Just a lot of confusion going on there. Wow. Okay. I think the Cloud of Daggers is a bit more scary than that one. But this is like, I like to have a high wisdom score for those kinds of situations, and it just seems like it's actually working pretty well for me. Come on, Mr. Earth Elemental. Right, so the question is, can I trigger this guy? Without adding the paladins to the mix? I think I can. I'm going to kill a couple of things no matter what I choose to do, but emptying out the prison I think makes sense because it is going to be filled with monsters anyway. Yeah. Run, Forest. Could have done better. Run. Does have the devil's side, so he should be able to shoot through this. Path is interrupted. Is that because he's by the stairs? Oh well, I'm going to let Mr. Gulen work a little bit for his pay. I'm assuming he's going to summon his friend if he can get through the... He's going to... Okay, he's going to go into it himself. I mean, that makes sense. Right. Acer. Yeah, the Acer. Yeah, Acer's fantastic, Ginger. The problem with Acer is that it's the minor illusion that I don't have access to. I would love to have Acer. I'm pretty certain that it's available to the cleric, so if I was playing a cleric, you would see Acer for sure. I know that the ice methods I think now are meta, but like I really love Acer. Okay. Just quickly go and check. Yeah. I think I've killed everything down here at this point, outside of the paladins, and there are the paladins on the pier, and I have no idea how many of those NPCs show up or do not show up in the actual fight. If there are some that are left out or whatever, probably I will come back once I feel like I've made up my mind completely. And before doing anything else, I'm just quickly going to go to the Gauntlet of Shaw and collect the Shadow Resistance buff, which is a free daily buff that you can use and that you might as well use.
Just a peek.
All I need down here is at this point is Lurthendor, because I decided not to fight Jurgir because I want him for Raphael. So if I get to Raphael, I have a really interesting fight in my own opinion planned, but I'll have to see how that goes. Let's get the buff up.
A fiendish chuckle.
Warlock Deception. I think I checked if everything is fine. Getting this buff, even failing, will just need you to take a long rest. Which... should I do the long rest? Do I need to? Probably not, right? Let's just go and do the first fight. Or maybe, wait. Maybe I just want to go and do the Mazels first with this setup currently. I think that's going to be just fine. With the 1 spell slot for another Armor of Agathis, I think. A lot of these small encounters have some kind of hold over me, even though they're probably not very dangerous once you get to it. But I am going to drop the Moonlight Lantern. Probably just hide this away and probably just do this buff just for the lols. Oh, critical strike immunity probably.
They won't see me coming.
Are these the type of monsters that... these are humanoid, so I can't use protection from good and evil on them anyway. Okay, let us just get the fight started.
You won't feel a thing.
Okay. Surprise round is always acceptable. The amount of hit points is basically what's
2 steps at a time.
what's getting to me, and now with the Earth Elemental I feel a lot safer here. We do have the Shadow Teleport, which they, I think, use as a bonus action. And then they have the Garrote, which is the Silence ability, where they blocks Wyll's spellcasting, including his Eldritch Blast, which is something that I'm not a big fan of. Do seem to be suffering from a relatively low armor class. And I don't know if these guys are coded to go for the casters. They probably aren't. But, and so when the Garrote happens, basically like what you need to do is you need to either quickly check. I believe it is concentration. Oh, that was the wrong ability. But we are able to blink away. That's good. And then the Garrote is then removed. So for the Earth Elemental, or for any of the elementals, it's not that big of an issue. But the amount of hit points that these guys have on honor mode is just staggering. Like, what the heck? So many HP. And with the 4-man party and the shenanigans that they can pull off by teleporting you to other places, it's just one of the, in my opinion, coolest fights in the game, this one, in that the monsters are just interesting. They're interesting to fight, they prove like awfully annoying, and just like them. And the Earth Elemental is basically trivializing any of that content as that I would have had just a tiny bit of problems with earlier. Now the Earth Elemental simply
No time to waste.
covers me on every front. I'm actually a little bit unsure if I feel that the Earth Elemental is the biggest power spike at level 9, or if I feel like the extra Eldritch Blast Beam is the biggest power spike for the Warlock. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. Alright, so I'm just going to go and collect the gloves from up here. Since getting Radiant Orbs on Merkel in my strategy is going to be absolutely crucial. I do want to keep my options open, and just going to get coffee. The Luminous Gloves is like it's on par with the Luminous Armor in a sense, because it's a glove slot and you can do things. Anywho, I think I have too many competing items for the glove slot, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to use it. I'm also a little bit uncertain if I'm going to be able to take any of the inspirations and conserve for later, because the second I go into the Shadowfell, I think also Arabella is going to be out of there. So I'm going to just go and get her now, get that out of the way. The only thing that I really want to use inspiration points for at this point is convincing Ketheric that he should kill himself. And I think I'll be good on that with 4 points.
Sorry.
You noticed the girl?
No, just...
dokie, that's over. Yeah, and then the Shadow Battlefield, and then probably the Portal Defense. I'm thinking, because no matter what, like XP-wise, I am going to need I think I'm going to do a long rest and then do it. And then I'm going to go into the... I need to go and get the altar buff from the Shark Gauntlet, because I do need to check how big of a difference it does. Like how many of the attacks, the necrotic attacks that I take, how many of those attacks are actually reduced, like halved, through the resistance. Because if it's a big deal, I would say that getting that buff is just absolutely necessary straight off the bat in Act 2. Because all of the Shadow Cursed Undeads that you will be fighting, all of the... anything that doesn't cast like Blight or some kind of necrotic damage spell on you are going to be using necrotic physical attacks on you. And then there's a cloaker out there that I'm not a huge fan of. And we can deceive again, which we will.
To steal the blessings of a god.
Go. And then we head into the Last Light Inn to get a corpse. The further and further I get to the end game here of Act 2, actually, if I'm able to deal with Warwalkers, which I'm not sure that it's to my benefit to do so, but if I'm able to deal with Warwalkers and kill him in the way that I was thinking of doing, actually having doing the fight in the Moonrise Towers, I think is actually kind of doable. Free buffing is just a nightmare. And the reason why I'm so hesitant on this specific encounter right here that I'm going to do now is because, first of all, do I want to have initiative? I do want initiative, but I should probably get that through these gloves and not with a shield. It's because there are three very dangerous elements to this fight. You'll be fighting three entities. It's two of the I forget the name of those, but the big shadows. You'll be fighting two of those, like named shadows. One of them, called Mommy, has a sleep spell that she does that sleeps up to 200 hit points. That basically means that it cannot sleep me and the Earth Elemental if we stick together, in principle. But very quickly she can. It sleeps for 2 turns, and during that time you're sitting duck to the other two things you'll be fighting, which one is the other undead ghost, which is doing, if I remember correctly, like up to 40 necrotic damage, like spell damage. And it's a targetable spell, so it can crit and whatnot. And then the third thing, which is I think the most like scary thing, is a dog that's going to knock me prone. And since I don't have those boots available to me, that's going to make me immune to prone. This is something I'm super scared about on this character. And this is why I've been hesitant to do this particular fight up until this point, where I have the Earth Elemental to just buy me that extra round of semi-safety. But let's get into it. Let us get into it. I don't know if there are any things that I want. The sleep is not resistible, so like, whatever. Probably casting this beforehand. This one's why I don't care about. Let's just go in. Let's go in. Come on.
Will you play with me?
I'm not an ordinary child, but not a spectre either.
Make time. I want to.
Just want the fight to initiate. Okay, I'm 1 in turn order. I see where the dog is, which is probably the best possible situation here. So I'm going to quickly toggle off that and see if I can't kill the dog. If I can kill the dog, I'm a very happy person. Where's mother? Where's mommy? Placement of the skeleton is just horrible. I'm just killing the dog. I don't care. Okay. And then I'm going to drop the Moonlight Lantern. Don't know if I can actually... I can go to her. No. Okay, just, you know, make sure that you attack the right one. And then they enable their auras. And then she sleeps. And Wyll is immediately slapped. Did it single target Wyll, or did it... Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of hit points, and it's not possible to resist this. And it's just 2 turns of, you know, good luck, have fun. And she has another charge of the sleep, so once I wake up, I'm going to get another round of dream powder. Yeah. There is the Daddy's Lecture. Let's just check the damage. It's 3d10 of necrotic damage, so it's not that bad. I'm not sure if this is like an inherent skill that he can use, you know, whenever he wants to. I mean, I could technically shoot Wyll with the skeleton, but like I don't. At this point, I'm not too worried. And there's a re-sleep. At this point, probably I could use the Earth Elemental to wake up Wyll, but getting back now. And now I think the shenanigans are over. But you need to survive 4 rounds without... If you don't have anything, any summons, anything that can help you out, you need to survive 4 rounds of shenanigans. Unless you are an elf, or unless you have a potion or something else. It's just, it's not a lot of fun, but I'm actually not sure if the town hall fight with Oliver and Daddy and Doggy and all of the friends, I'm not entirely sure if this is a repeat of that fight, just with a lot of extra things in there. I think it is. And having those 4 rounds of slept is just a little bit scary, to say the least. So I really have to consider that fight as well. I just really want to finish this run, or at least get to Act 3 if I can, before the patch 7 lands. Like, imagine if your save files or something gets corrupt. Jesus. Don't want that to happen. Right. And he's gone. Right. Get a ghost. That's something. Ring of mental inhibition. That's the one. It's actually kind of interesting, this one. Okay. So then this is over, and now the portal defense. I think. Is there anything else? No, there's only the murder hobo left, honestly. And then obviously the crash, which I don't know if I can avoid that. 10,000 XP. Like in the Illithid Mind Flayer colony, I think you get around 6,000 XP. And I wonder how much you get from... Well, maybe I can actually skip the crash altogether to save time. If I just need that level 10 there. That's actually worth a consideration. Like, murder hoping the whole crash is pretty boring, and doing the walkers fight as well is pretty dangerous, in my opinion. Okay, there he is, the man. I need a bathroom break before I do anything, but probably it's going to go a little bit something like Blood of Lathander and a Firewall, I think, because this is one of the few things that Wyll actually can do here. I do have a bit of crowd control with the Hunger of Hadar, but I don't feel like it's going to block them off enough. Like, if I... Perhaps if I set down the Hunger of Hadar here, it's going to help some, but the damage is going to be ridiculous. Whereas the Firewall, I think, is really going to work well, because I also have the Call of the Week. So I still think the Firewall strategy is my best bet here. Unless, like, a new shit has come to light, but I'm assuming that it hasn't. So probably I'll just set off the fight and see what happens, and you know, if he dies, he dies. If he doesn't die, he doesn't die. I don't care too much about Halton. Probably I can double dip into the magic missile mayhem here. That's pretty good with the Call of the Week. I don't really need the boost of Stormy Clamor here. Probably the evasive shoes are actually better, because there are some creatures that like to try and hit me. Let's see. If I have concentration on my firewall, question is, do I want Shield of Scorching Reprisal for extra AC, or do I want the crit immunity? Like the Blood of the Thunder for sure is a lot weaker than the Knife of the Undermountain King, and particularly since I'm fighting shadows. But my main attack is not going to be my strongest action, I think, at least for 3 of the 5 turns, because I probably want to be using the magic missiles, at least one of them in one of the turns. I'll be spending 1 turn casting the firewall. I mean, the spell can, in principle, be cast before the fight starts. I've had one experience though where it burns out once the fight starts, so that's one thing that I'm taking into consideration. I prefer to put it down in the first round if I can. So the action economy is a little bit skewed towards other things than the Eldritch Blast in this particular fight. Also, for instance, the Flame Strike can be pretty valuable. And then I don't know if I want to try. Oh, I don't even have the darkness spell. So probably the portal will be a sitting duck for that. For those archers. My hope is that I have enough punch also with the sunbeam and stuff to deal with it. Probably I don't want the sunbeam, the evasive boot, probably I want the boots of speed. It's going to be at least 1 turn where I want to, in turn 2, I think I want to perform the sunbeam. And I really need speed for that one, and I don't want to be in the middle of everywhere. Even if the evasive shoes are great for that. I wonder if actually the Spellcrux amulet is... The great thing about this one, this can't be said enough if you, of course, if you don't have scrolls available. The fact that you have a free spell slot as a bonus action on any of your available spell slots in this game up to level 6 spells is absolutely insane. So action economy wise, I choose to use this amulet in the Merkle fight, for instance, because I get that bonus action just instantaneously cast that spell that I need in that situation. So it's just, for warlocks, it's absolutely bonkers. Okay, let me just quickly check. Let me just buff the light spell here. I mean, if this goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. When the wearer deals damage, radiating orbs are not very interesting here. Probably the Callous Glow Ring is going to be better because I do have a couple of AoE abilities that I can use effectively. All right, let's get into this. Let's get into this. Okay, so I'll be buffing this, and then I'll be short resting, and then we'll see what happens. Good luck, have fun. Hello, Halson.
You're here. I need. It's
okay. Okay. Right. So initiative order. Mr. Skeleton is first. Where are my friends? The harbors. Where are they? They are in the middle of the initiative. Where's the other harbor? All the way back there. So does that mean that this guy will still get a shot on the portal? We don't know, but the placement of the firewall is always a bitch, so I don't know exactly how to deal with that. Let me just drop down. Can't do that just now. Okay. And as far as I remember, the shadows are going to go for Wyll, and the big one is going to go for Wyll, and the shadows are going to go for the portal. So that's something we need to look out for, and I think I need to deal with them actually. Let's see if I can't harass these guys. Why does my skeleton have 5 HP? Oh, it has the life drain. Great. Okay, let's see. The stun effectively took... It just took 1 shadow out, but that's for the turn, but that's fine. So now I need to place the firewall. The placement of this should be pretty easy, but I'm probably going to fuck it up. I need it to go all the way up there. All the way up there, actually, as far as I possibly and humanly can. So let me just quickly see where my bonus action is hidden. It's hidden here. Okay, let's try this. It's absolutely no guarantee that the harbors are still going to die up here, but it's definitely worth a shot. Can't get it all that it's target is blocked. Maybe it's just not possible to do that. Why does it say that it's blocked? This works, this works, this works, and then it's blocked. So maybe I just can't. Oh, I just want to cast a spell now. And then it doesn't work. This is going to work, but this is not going to work. So should I just go with this then? Yeah, whatever. And then that doesn't work either. Come on, game. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, so I'm guessing, like, I need to settle with this or something. Whatever.
No time to waste.
We'll see what happens. Oh, I forgot to drop the Moonlight Lantern. Let's see if that is going to have any consequence. It seems a little bit like the portal survived that first kind of crucial round there. Question is, do I want to go here and the... Don't know how many of those are going to get a turn to harass my elemental, but probably I'm going to go for this. Oh, that went the wrong way. That wasn't too great. And so the shadows are probably going to go straight for the portal, if I remember correctly. Or not really. Okay, so now we're up, and we're going to drop the Moonlight Lantern, for sure. Drop item. Alright. And another thing is that the potential blind from Lathander is not completely worthless. All right, this is the turn where I want to consider, like, what am I going to... I want to throw down the Sunbeam here. But I also need to kind of consider if I want to... Because now the elementals here are not in a very good position. So I could take that attack of opportunity and try to make the Moonbeam go this direction. Hopefully, like, this is probably better. I'm going to take that one attack there, see what happens here. Okay. Taking that one attack, and then see if I can't make... Also, it's not very far. Yeah, so probably I don't want to do that. I probably need to go and invest more heavily into this, unfortunately. So I am going to take another attack of opportunity here. And yet another one. And then that's has to be it for this turn. It doesn't look too well for the shadow portal, I have to be honest, but we'll have to see. Because they are going to go for the portal here. They're going to be dealing a lot of damage to it. So let's just quickly see. We have the Shadow Mischief. We have Ravens are also going to go for the portal. I don't know if they can get to that in this turn. Let's just quickly see. The Shadow over here has its turn. Oh, it has already had it, but it's going to have its turn before Wyll, and it's definitely going to go for the portal. Let's just quickly check Pilgrims here, and then we have Harbors very far away. I don't think that they can actually do any harm this turn. So I'm going to go in here and see if I can't stop this shadow in its tracks somehow. Not very convincing. Yeah, they both have to dash. They take the fire damage. So that's very, very good for me. Ravens are just dashing. Yeah. But I do think the Earth Elemental is going to be able to deal with the Ravens there. I really need to... Quick battle break. Alright, let's see. We have one spell slot left, which I don't know how many turns. 3 turns, right? So it's basically 2 more turns. I need to survive this turn and the next turn. And I think I can... the Wraiths, 1 Wraith and 1 Shadow. So the Shadow is dangerous, but it's not going to go to the portal first round. The Wraiths are going to try their best, but I don't think that they have the potential. I don't think that they can really hurt me here. So the major players are the Ravens. That's, I think the Earth Elemental is going to take care of those. The Shadow up here is going to go and harm the portal. and then there is, I think, a Shadow Cursed Harbor who's burning, but not inside the firewall. So that one, and the shadow is like what I'm worried the most about. I don't want to end my turn up here when the Earth Elemental needs to attack. The alternative is to think about casting some magic missiles. So I do have, let's just quickly see how many is that? 6 projectiles that I can cast. And with the Call of the Week from the Tadpole powers, I could probably do some real damage. I'm even thinking that I could, let's just quickly check. It is, as far as I remember, it is the 1d4 plus 1. I do have the Callous Glow Ring, but as far as illuminated goes, it's only inside of this place. So that does add damage. I feel a little bit like the shadows here are the most dangerous. The question is, I do need to move no matter what. So I do need to take that attack of opportunity, right? If the firewall breaks, it's game over, but let me just quickly check. +5 saving throws with advantage. So that means I need to roll a 5 on 1 out of 2 dice. I think I'm going to take that chance. So maybe 3 is enough. I'm going to try this out. Okay. And then, in principle, I could spend my turn here. Let me just quickly check. To use my repulsor to deal with the ravens. It feels a little bit like it's the safe. I know that it's going to throw my elemental far away. Oh, it's saved. Good riddance. Okay, so now... Okay, I'm going to end my turn. I just want to check what... You know, it's armor class 22 and it's rolling 14, but it's not enough. It's reeling. It's because it's reeling from the shield. Okay, so that means right now we have a Shadow who's not going to attack the portal this turn, and we have a Wraith which is going to attack Wyll, which I don't mind. He has lots of stuff going for him. I even think I have a spell slot available to me, so I'm not worried about that too much. But I am going to hop down here and see how much damage I can do. This is the harbor. Okay. Oh, why is it flying in the wrong direction? What's going on with this? Seriously. Oh, good. The strength drain is no joke. And I think it only attacked me because I was it was unable to do anything else. Like, so I think that's why it. Now they extinguished my light. Okay, let's just quickly check how many turns do I have left. 2 turns left. I think following this turn, I think if I survive this turn, I think the next turn I will be I'll be in the clear. So what do I need to do in order to make this work? Flaming Fist, like a Yankee Salad. This guy is in the fire, so he's going to die. The Githyanki warriors are not in the fire, but so they're not going to die. But like, do I spend a spell slot? This seems expensive. Probably I can just shoot. Do I want to? It feels a little bit dangerous. I think I'm going to go with this option. Probably around a stage fright. Maybe that's going to work. We can already trigger some of it. We're lucky. We weren't. Hey. It is looking pretty decent. And then we have the Earth Elemental. And this is probably the last round, so this is at this point. Seems like I'm going to make it. Don't want to be pushing myself into the abyss or some shit. So I'm just going to walk this guy a little bit away.
It's done. I have him.
I think this is the first portal defense that I successfully do in a long time. The thing is about this is that it's a little bit low effort. Like you can free Halsin, you can and you can do the rest of the quest with lifting the shadow curse, or you can choose not to. You still get the XP from doing the portal defense, even if you don't complete it like successfully. But you do miss out on one of the coolest encounters in the entirety of Act 2. So probably that's an argument to make sure that you do it properly. But the action economy I find for this is, at least I know the firewall does 90% of the work. But without the firewall for Wyll, that would be exceedingly difficult, because you just can't be everywhere at once. It's not like if you play a cleric that has all kinds of radiant stuff that you can just make fireworks over the entire map. It's a lot more difficult. You really need to kind of economize with what you've got. Sunbeam, totally best in slot for this stuff. Firewall obviously is king, and yeah, well, I mean, whatever you have available to you, I guess. But the magic missiles do seem to come in a little bit clutch with the Call of the Week. If you take out the Call of the Week, we're facing a whole different fight for sure. Call of the Week is definitely cornerstone to this. So if you take that out, it becomes a lot more difficult for sure. Let's see. Right. So I'm just collecting that gold. I don't think I need that gold really. Like the amount of stuff that I need to purchase in Act 3 if I get that far is not that important. But I am hoarding a little bit of gold. Okay, so this is over with. Now everything else is pretty much over with now. I think I go back into the last light, into talk to Halsin, and then he's going to push me towards Oliver to go and collect Nathaniel to finish up that quest. And I'm not sure how dangerous that fight is, to be honest. Probably for Wyll it's going to be a little bit dangerous. Probably I want to save that fight until after Merkel. For when I'm level 10, because I don't think that I need the fight. I don't think I need the fight in order to complete this. Let me just go and check if Halsin's in the camp. Let's see if he's in the camp. But the firewall solution seems to be one of the strongest ways of dealing with that particular encounter for sure.
Nathaniel is resting, but it's no easy slumber. I discovered what's wrong with him. The shadows rendered him in two when they bore him away to the Shadowfell. Half of his essence remained here, amidst the curse. What stayed behind would have been the strongest part of him. But after all these years left in there is a route. If you want me, I'm yours. Perhaps not.
Right, he is very willing, but he's not coming. Okay. So quick check here for the XP count at this point. Because I have a sneaking suspicion 9,300 XP. I have a sneaking suspicion that I don't need to go to the crash to farm XP. I need to just check a couple of things here. So now I've opened up to the buffs here. And so the consideration right now is, so the way that you normally want to prepare for, like, completely conventional way you want to prepare for the final stages of the game, no matter how much you kill or whatnot. The way you want to prepare, if you want to optimize somewhat, is that you want to go and collect buffs from inside of the shrine in the middle of Wraithwind's town, where I'm currently positioned. You get access to wisdom buff, huge charisma buff, and huge intellect buff. You want to get those 3. But outside of that, you want to go and collect the spore buff, the bliss spores from the Myconid colony, which are available once you defeat the Dwegar. You go back to Spore, the leader of the Myconids, and he's going to sing your praise and give you a 1d6 attack roll buff. So normally that buff is actually pretty important for the final fight. So I think there's a chance I'm not going to get that buff, which is potentially a problem. And I'm very, very worried. Very worried. Okay, so if you can listen to the question, I can type the question in. I'm worried that I am not going to be able to get the Bliss Spores buff. And if I don't get that, I need some kind of alternative buff, or otherwise I am worried that it's not going to be possible to defeat Merkel. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm very, very worried. At least it's going to be come down to the Arcane Staff with the Mistral Blessing for the attack rolls there, because I don't have that other buff. Yeah, and I have the Shrooms hostile already, but I didn't in fact go and tell them about if Glot dies. So anyway, the point of this whole thing is that I am considering if I want to go and check, if I want to do the full rest right now. For instance, I'm looking at my XP here. I need 9,300 XP. If I want to go and commit to the Merkel endgame now, I'm going to get around 6,000 XP, I think, in the Illithid Mindflayer colony. I'm going to get a lot of XP during the Moonrise Tower attack. I think I am going to get all the XP that I need there, actually. Which means I will be in a position where I should be able to get to level 10 that way, without going into the crash. And the reason I don't want to go into the crash is, and there is the Shadowfell as well, right? So there's that. So probably all of this is going to come down to a real shit show. But yes, I do want to go to the Shadowfell. Let me just head into the. No matter what, I need to find out if I'm going to be able to get the Bliss Spore. Probably it's not possible. So let us head into the Myconid beach, and then I'm going to commit to the long rest. I think I'm going to be able to get enough XP. I'm pretty certain. With the Shadowfell for sure. But the issue is, am I going to have enough firepower? That is the issue. I have no idea where. Does he? Okay, so Spores up here is hostile. Maybe not. Maybe I can do the fight without the Bliss Spores. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, it's. I need to have my attack
You recognize
rolls.
The feathered creep. The cub's eyes lock on the creep as he approaches.
Right. Yeah, that is the problem here. That is the problem. So setting up for the end game of Act 2 alone is a real shit show in and of itself. Like making sure that you have all of the necessary buffs is already potentially yeah. No. Spore's hostile. Spore's hostile and Glut is not hostile. So the question is if there are hostile myconids up here. So the question is, oh no, it's for sure it's you know, it's probably lost. But I can still kill Glut. Like I'm just going to let me just give this a go.
Creature mourns.
One move ahead.
He looks hostile. I have to admit I have a hard time believing that this is salvageable. His hostile. This is not salvageable. This is what it is. So there's no reason to spend resources fighting this. All right. So the question is, do I want to go to the crash and get the astral bless there? Because if I do, I need to probably fight Warwalkers before. I cannot fight him the way that I intended to fight him. I cannot go into the prism and come out and then fight him. I could do that, but it's exceedingly dangerous for me. There is one thing though. There is a helmet actually at the Warwalkers fight, which I forget the name of it, but it's not arcane acuity, but what it does is that it adds your charisma modifier to your offhand attacks or something, and it's to your weapon attacks. It's pretty good. probably I want to go and collect the diadem from there. So I think it is off to the crash. That's annoying. Like that really took me by surprise. That the murder hobo of the Myconids is contingent on whether or not you've agreed to kill Spore. That was a problem. That's a problem. It did not work. Nope. No. It's not possible. It's game over for the Bliss boss. So what I need to consider now is whether or not I want to do the War Walkers fight. Because, you know, in a sense now I'm not in a hurry. I don't need to commit to anything. I can kill whatever I want. I can kill the Kithrak. And I think I have enough XP to get me to level 10. I can go and I can do the War Walkers fight without anything else. Just do that one, just for the lols. And I can do that fight in two ways. I can basically head into the Astral Prism and fight War Walkers on my way out of there, which is very scary. Or I can take the coward's way and try to kill him from afar, which is the alternative. I don't like any of the solutions. There is one thing though, the second that he's prone, as far as I remember, he cannot use his reaction.
The pride of the gate.
Just getting a skeleton. Or zombie maybe, actually. And the thing is, if I go into the Astral Prism and get the Bless Spell, that is the long rest right there, which is, I don't think there's any resources that I need to. Yeah, I need to use this one, right? So, but this is the problem right here. This is the long rest. No, wait, because I do get back that it's only the items that are not refreshed at the Illithid pod. So do I want the zombie for going into that fight from the Astral Prism as the long rest before you head into the Shadowfell? Feels a little bit dodgy. It feels a little bit dodgy. There's even a small chance. Okay. Fuck this shit. I'm just going to do it. I don't care.
Keeping pace.
Just going to set up the fight here. Be right back. Okay. Let's commit to this shit. Blood of the Thunder, no. Knife of the Undermount King, potentially. Arcane Blessing, no. Darkthroat Glaive, already on. Darkfire Shortbow, no. Light Spell, yes. Evasive Shoes, yes. Boots of Stormy Clamor. Is this going to be it? Critical Strike. Reactions. Log of the Far Realm, Paralyzing Critical. The initiative is going to be 3, 4 plus 4, that's plus 8. To my initiative, I want to go first. Do I need my mirror images when I go out? Probably yes. I'll just set up the stuff before I go in, I guess. But leaving the items that I potentially want down here.
Don't do it. The weapon is how I No!
So, it is found. You are permitted to look upon me. You bear that which is ours. You must accept.
Don't do it! Heat, pull your mind. Come. We will... I may... It is the very... Blackith will be furious. And since you spared me that fate, good luck.
There's the bless. I don't think the bless stacks with that other thing. Anyway, okay, so pre-buffing for this potential shit show here. And I do have that one, so that means I need to use a mirror image for sure. No doubt. And then probably want the jump on there as well. Okay. And then let's see, what do I want? Spellcrux Amulet is off bounds. Can't use that for sure. Crit here. And then the radiating orbs might be the best bet potentially for... And then the blade ward.
My queen spoke to me. You have failed.
Okay. This is the fight. He's ready to parry. He has 2 Mind Claws available. So the general strategy here is, because I cannot be attacking his friends as long as Warwagas is on his feet, and all of the Githyanki have to have their turn before the Earth Elemental, who has a chance to knock him prone. So at this point, I'm guessing what the best course of strategy is right now is to apply the critical strike from the Surgeon Subjugation Amulet. And in order to do that, I need to spend a full turn. First off, I need to move a little bit away from him, I think. Probably I want to go to the... No, wait, do I want to... This is the guy. The Raider up here is the most dangerous guy. This guy is probably going to spend a turn casting Jump. These guys are going to do a bunch of psychic damage. That's not particularly appealing to me. I can potentially trigger his ready to parry here if I can manage to hit him. Didn't happen. Okay then. The ready to parry is still there. Let us make sure that we do not have a double attack. I'm not sure if this doesn't work. It should work. I'm going to do the crit on the paralyzed. It should work. He's paralyzed for 2 turns. Okay. So this is my chance right now. So I can do several things. If I cast the haste spell, it's very dangerous because of the Raider. But I could go, what I could do is, I could spend the turns trying to kill his friends. Because the damage that I can do to him is not going to be enough to kill him. So I could be fighting him when it's his turn again. It's very, very appealing to me to cast the haste spell and how much movement do you get? I'm actually going to do it this way. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, so now I'm going to get the whip attack, which misses. It's very important. And then the damage there. And then the other ones are going to do their stuff. Psychic Rend. Even if I was spending all of my actions attacking Warwagas, these guys would still be going ham on me. So in that regard, that is kind of inconsequential. This guy, I think, is going to die. I think what I need to do is get up here and put the hurt on this guy to try to drone him at least. That wasn't very good. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go send this guy over here, I think. Right. This is potentially interesting. Okay, so now I feel a little bit like I have that one turn. And lethargic is what it is, but I'm going to cast my haste spell now. And then I'm going to see if I can't make... No, I need to get up here. I need to take an attack of opportunity. So now there's a zombie. This is potentially interesting. And then I think we're going to be shooting this guy over here. It is my bonus action that I could potentially spend trying to get out of there. I think what Wargas is going to go for me next turn, and I'm not really sure what I can really do about that. I'm going to hide over here, all the way over here. Not hide, but rather go there. Shoot this guy. Critical miss. And then we'll see what happens. There is a potential frighten there. Oh. Don't think he's up yet. He's not up yet. He's going to regain his action now. But he can't do anything. So he's still... But now he can take reactions. Which means that now the swords are going to appear. Okay, so the question is, probably what I need to do is I need to try and prone him. Okay. And then I just have to hope that this is going to be enough to avoid... And then we have the zombies here, right? We can check that already. Is this... Where is the... The Ardent is all the way up there. I can't do anything to the Ardent, but I can attack the Walkers even if it is inconsequential. Miss. Fantastic. Definitely going to try to draw the battle a little bit in the other direction. It's kind of important that okay, so now Wargas cannot retaliate because he's prone. Which means shooting twice. Okay, and now where is the other guy? Over here, ready to parry. And then we're going to attack him. I have no idea if this is going to work. We'll have to see. Shovel is out. Here he comes with the astral step. So he is going to do his he's going to do his shenanigans. I think the Earth Elemental is by far the strongest asset for me here. Here's the first sword. There's absolutely nothing to do about that. Please hit. Okay. And there's the second sword. And now his actions restore. They restore. Nothing to do about that. Okay, so there is a crawling gnaw, which means that that is actually another zombie right there. And even if the zombies are summoning Skeletons, I am considering if I want them. Do I have any means to incapacitate him? Any means at all? Because actually, he or his allies. So I'm assuming that attacking the swords will cause more swords. These guys are resistant to anything. So he needs to go down. That's the only way to get out of this situation. So the way that I see it, killing this guy is going to summon one sword. I think I need to kill this guy. Let's do this. And then there's one sword, right? So that's 3 swords. And then I have to try and see if I can actually destroy the swords. Okay, no new swords are going to come out, at least. Then I need to try this out. Besides, see if that's not going to save me. Let's go for the zombies. Going for the zombies. Okay. Right, so let's see if we can... Critical miss. Is this a fight I can actually win? That's the question. Does he have any reverberation on him? 1 reverberation. Still have my haste for 7 turns. I have a high AC still. Things can go south really quick. I have 1 spell slot available. Don't have any really good options with that spell slot. Still want to see if I can kill the... If I can actually kill this. I can kill this. Oh, and then a new one comes. Okay. So that's not going to do anything. Being in that situation where I need to get out of the mind claw in order to be able to attack. That's some real shit. And the blade ward is only helping. It's not helping for the psychic damage here. Question is, they're very quick, and I cannot flee because now the Kithrak is in position. I mean, I could flee into the Blood of Lathander and escape that way and just accept that I cannot do the fight. But I don't feel like doing that too much. The Armor of Agathis is not going to be... I cannot... currently the haste spell is determining what my actions are. He has 1 of those left. And he has a lot of range. Should I try to outrange some of them anyway a little bit? What the hell? Was that because... So that basically means it's not possible. I need to take the attack. Yikes. That is just not good in any way. Okay, I'm going to take this attack now. So it's free at least. Looks like one of the attacks missed. So I'm going to run this way somewhat. Not all the way up there. We'll see what happens. Going to attack here. Right. I mean, there is no good action other than this one. This is a very strong action, and it's the only action that has any kind of real potential for me. Alright, so that means going back. And now he's in a position where I can't hit him, is that it? Oh, that sucks. That's a problem. That is a real problem. Shit. Means I can basically only attack his swords, which I'll then have to do. Not very optimal. And now he's going to pound me. Probably I need to spend a full turn summoning a new element. The whole action is called. Is this going to be enough? This is not going to be enough. This is just not going to be enough. How much damage did he take? Reverberation, he took 29 points of damage. 29 points of damage. That's not going to be enough. I need to resummon my elemental here. A lot of movement. So, question is, not a big fan of that one. Astral step back with the elemental. Okay. Okay, that was definitely not. I need to take the attack. It's just absolutely nothing to do here. Okay, so that means no knockback. Barrage. There's a sword. And then we'll take the other attack. And he has another one of those. Probably.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
Okay. I think this pretty much sums up what I have time for today, and I will be going into the Shadowfell and be dealing with Merkel, I think, next time I sit down to do this. Jesus Christ. And I simply can't tell if I was lucky in terms of the dodges there, but anywho. let us get out of here. And I will save the game. Oh wait, there's one chest there.
This better be good. What have we here?
All right. No matter what, I have enough XP for the stuff that I need to do, so I am going to go into the, which is the Gauntlet of Shah, I think. Oh wait, no it's not. It's Wraithwind Town and getting the buffs.
And I'm off.
Right. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and collect these buffs down here before I go and do the rest. So what you need is you need the items that's going to provide you with high intellect, wisdom, and charisma stats as much as possible. So the helmet here, the Shadeclinger armor for the advantage on saving throws, cloak of protection. The gloves, I don't think there is anything that's going to help me anyway. Not for the boot slot either. The ring of protection. There's no other check that's going to help me here, I think. Shield, of course. I think this is as high as it gets. I'm going to buff myself with... Oh wait, the guidance is not going to help me. And I'm not going to cast the resistance. I do have the bless, so that does help. Let's go in and start this.
You accept Shah's test of your intellect.
It's not that this is particularly difficult to pass, it's just that it's very important to succeed. And you want to make sure that you have the clinging shadows here. That you're inside of the shadows.
Wise enough to be granted Shah's
I think this was a very low roll.
award.
And now the final place, I think the problem here is that I'm not going to be able to get that bonus from unless I'm able to somehow put myself in shadow, which I don't think that Wyll is at this point. So he's going to be doing the Warlock Charisma. He does have a special check, which just basically means he gets... Yeah, so I'm going to use the Dark One's own luck because there's only one other check. No, there is actually... No, there's only one other check that I need to do, and this is pretty much the most important check for me right now. Right. Right, so now I just need to unequip this item to remove the condition. So let's just check. Go into the light here, take it off. And then the clinging shadows condition is gone. Okay, that was the intention. There we go. And then we're ready to get back into business here. I'm just setting this up so that I know that I've done everything in the right order. Then I need to go to the Shah. Gauntlet of Shah. And collect the last buff, and then I will prepare myself. Okay, so I need to reapply the Armor of Shadows. Okay. Do need to be very careful with what I have available resource-wise at this point. Because I don't have any short rests left, and I need to have resources for all of the stuff that I need to do.
A fiendish chuckle sounds throughout your very soul to steal the blessings of a god.
So the +7 charisma is really hoping that the bliss spores is not going to be the thing that causes this to fail, but there is a chance that that might be the case. Right, oh, Verge of Shadows here. Right. So before I head down there, I want to consider if I actually want to summon Skeleton for this. The thing of this is that the gimmick with the Shadowfell is that the less targets, the more likely it is that Balthazar is not going to use his Cloud Kill, and Cloud Kill is the only thing that can technically kill me. The other things are just not that scary. Probably a free Misty Step is not bad at this juncture. Let's see something here. When you inflict a condition, yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. What's the thing? Jump ring. is available. Okay. Spell damage. Protection from evil and good is a potential choice here. Because I don't want the protection from evil and good in the Merkel fight anyway. So probably I want to consider using this. I think I want the armor class. Definitely want the initiative. I wanted enough. 18 plus 3, 7. Lightning damage. I don't want to tap into that stuff at this juncture. I think the Diadem of Arcane Synergy is going to serve me best. Oh, I don't think they're going to be able to hit me. So the question is, do I have everything? That's the first question. Night Singer's Favor, Blessing of Selune, the Bless spell, Dark Lady's Erudition, Awareness Grace. Those are the things that I can get at this point. I have all of the other stuff. I have the equipment that I want on me. The Knife of the Undermountain King is probably the best here, best item I can use here. Blood of Lathander is definitely good for the undead, just to have that extra chance to blind them. Probably I want to go with that. And as the amulet goes, probably I want to buff that stuff. Two additional damage points. Okay. Going to save the game here and then consider the final steps here when I get back to it. Maybe just summon I think me and the Earth Elemental are going to do fine. Just the two of us. Okay. Saving. Thanks for watching. Let me just see if I can find somebody to raid out to.